Dalmas Otieno Anyango as one of the leaders that inspired most of us to join politics, to be effective in legislation, and also just to champion leadership that anchors itself into development. Dalmas Otieno, even in every single meeting that he used to have, even in the constituency back here in Nairobi, you'd never hear him throw insults to anyone on a personal level. He anchored himself on a clean slate of campaigns where people would compete in agendas. And that one can be seen and is a testimony from all the members here who have already spoken on his track record on matters development. More so, I also mourn him and with the family, the wife, Madam Dorothy Anyango, was also my classmate in primary school. So it's just not mourning the leader himself, but we are also mourning much more of a family member. May his soul rest in peace. And see you guys in Kangeso on the 2nd for the burial. We'll also join you today, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have lost quite a wonderful visionary leader, Dalmas Otieno Anyango. The Speaker, on behalf of Mdewa community and my family, I'm not just offering because he came from Rongo, but he's also a relative. Dalmas was married, first wife was from Mdewa, Kanyamua, actually my home, my village. But I want us to condole him and remember what he stood for. As young people, we really aspired Dalmas because he went to Makerere. And you know, those days, the class of university was that. And to get a degree was something. He was a scholar, experienced, and educated. But one thing that we can always celebrate as people when we are still on the planet Earth is how to exercise power through humility. That is what he was. Clean politics, never abused anybody. I want to urge the family to stay strong. May God give them the strength. It is a difficult time, but through God's grace and power, they will see this through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dalmas, as a businessman under the BT group of companies, I've also interacted with him as a minister, as a member of parliament, and finally as a commissioner with the SRC. So, Speaker, one of the things that I have really learned from him, in your first interaction, the man was genius. Even if you had a debate on an altercation with him, the first thing is he will humble you with his infectious laughter. Before even you commence the issue, you're already humbled. And one of the things that I have learned also from him is in politics, remember the political class are always second to your family members. So what Dalmas will do, he will say, this is politics, and you know the background, how the politics was a bit hostile at the times. He will say, this is any politician is a member of his extended family. Mr. Speaker, later on when he became a member of the SRC, he acted as a critical link person between the institution of parliament and SRC, and finally helped us solve some of the problems that have been affecting the institution of parliament. So to the people of Rongo, to the family, and to all friends, we say pole, and I'm sure God has a purpose for everything. Poleni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I interacted with Dalmas not as a member of parliament, but on the streets the days when the teachers would go on strike every December. And when he was in the public service, he's the one who actually gave teachers study leave with pay that leader talked about. And then number two, when he noticed that the government was not able that time to pay pensioners, we still have the same challenge. He extended the retirement age from 55 to 60 because he said those 5 years, these people are still too strong and they should work. Number three, he's actually the man who founded what we are now having as the Public Service Superannuation Scheme, the contributory pension scheme for both public service teachers and the police. And when we met him, we were a very hostile group of trade unionists, but he humbled us with his geniusness, and we were able to accept, and it's working. Finally, there's a time when we had actually hidden some document from government, yet the government assigned it. It was called legal notice number 116. And yet teachers would go on strike because of legal notice number 534. Dalmas, in one of the sessions that we were negotiating, walked in with legal notice number 116, and all of us just went away and we called off the strike. We can never forget Dalmas. He was a genius, a real serious public servant, and we remember him for that. May the people of Rongo, we take our condolences to the people of Rongo as they mourn Dalmas Otieno, a very brilliant son of Kenya.
Kamkunji, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this obituary of our colleague, late colleague, Dalmas Otieno. I had the opportunity to serve in this chamber in the 10th and the 11th Parliament. And although he was senior to me, I had a very good relationship in which I really had the opportunities to have conversations. And he was always a very good listener. And I had learned a lot about his experience as a former cabinet secretary in the Kenyan government, and the reforms and the ideas he brought to those ministries, which had changed the bureaucratic structure and the work of those ministries to serve the Kenyan people much better. The other thing that I also learned while he was here is that he was a gifted man. He had the gift of the gab. He was a great orator who could express himself very fluently and very clearly. And it was wonderful to see how he used this particular chamber to articulate his ideas as well as serve his constituency. I think he was he had a very high sense of professionalism and an exceptional leadership qualities. And I send my condolences to his family and friends, and may he rest in peace.
Karole Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. You will recall you and the dearly departed Dalmas Otieno employed me as the first General Counsel and eventually the Chief Executive of Energy Regulatory Board, Electricity Regulatory Board, now EPRA. Dalmas was quite a phenomenon. And I remember when we worked together in the Grand Coalition, we initiated together with a gentleman called Sylvester Obongo the Rapid Results Initiative, how to fast-track government delivery system. And he was also very helpful to our political movement in the run-up to 2007 general elections, and he was part of our strategy team. He did quite a lot in development, as you have heard, about Rongo University, and very many initiatives, educating quite a large number of students in Rongo and beyond. He was also a very strong businessman. I think the first member of the Luo Nation to own a financial institution, Thabiti. So we have a lot to say about Dalmas. But I would like to invite all of us in the space of politics to reflect on his life and to ask ourselves, how do we treat those with whom we don't always agree? How do we engage with those who have different political opinions? Do we have the wisdom to pull together, to save the country, to serve the country? Or are we always on the extreme end of the divide? Other than praising him, I think it is important that we learn and draw some lessons from his life and his politics. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and may the perpetual light shine upon him. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Up there, I served with Dalmas Otieno in this house from the 7th Parliament. We were members of the IPPG that brought some bit of political sanity to the country when it was spiraling towards a chaotic political election. And we have been good friends. The Kangeso School that was mentioned by Junet and Abor, the first Harambe to start that secondary school was presided over by yours truly here on his invitation, and we have maintained up to his demise a very cordial relationship. He visited me in my chambers up here 3 weeks before passing away, where we sat, and he was very jovial, always talking about Kenya. And those of you who are in the 2013 Parliament, you know he was one of the people who started and conceived CORD as a coalition and designed it to go to elections. So we have lost a great man, and we will be at Kangeso to see him off on 2nd. May I request you to be upstanding to observe a minute's silence? Even those in the gallery, you be upstanding. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. Next. Honorable Ken Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a request for a statement regarding delayed payment of pensions under the National Water Conservation and Pipeline Corporation Staff Superannuation Fund. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, subsection 2, subsection C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding delayed payment of pensions under the National Water Conservation and Pipeline Corporation Staff Superannuation Scheme. Honorable Speaker, former employees of the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority who retired between 2018 and 2023 upon attaining mandatory age of 60 years are yet to receive their full retirement benefits. The employees were members of the National Water Conservation and Pipeline Corporation Staff Superannuation Scheme, which is administered by the Board of Trustees. Regrettably, the financial position of the scheme has deteriorated over the time, resulting in a deficit that has severely constrained its ability to honor its obligations. As a result, retirees are only paid 40% of their accrued retirement benefits, leaving 60% as an outstanding balance. Honorable Speaker, the affected retirees have made numerous efforts to seek redress by engaging both the Retirement Benefits Authority and the National Treasury in the hope of compelling the scheme to release the outstanding balance of their benefits or institute installment payments under a remedial plan, but these efforts have been futile as they remain unpaid to date. These retirees, many of whom lack an alternative source of income and still have dependents to support, remain unpaid to date. These retirees, many of whom lack alternative source of income and still have dependents to support, continue to face severe financial hardships and uncertainty. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1. The measures that the Retirement Benefits Authority to cause the National Water Conservation and Pipeline Corporation Staff Superannuation Scheme to pay the remaining 60% balance of the retirement benefits to those that retired between 2018 and 2023. 2. Clarification on whether funding requests by the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority to bridge the deficit and facilitate full payment of retirees' dues was approved and disbursed by the National Treasury. And finally, specific timelines within which the retirees will be paid their full retirement benefits. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chonga, Chair of Finance and National Planning. Chair, Wapi Molo. Owen Bayer, can you inform him to bring a response in 2 weeks?
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, before we call the next order, in the public gallery, I want to acknowledge Kabiro Secondary School from Dagoretti North, Nairobi. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order. Yes, Elachi, hold on. Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to request that to allow me to just welcome Kabiro into the August House and to tell them that we welcome you. As our children, as our sons and daughters, I think the most important thing when you come into this house is you look at how many of us are from the different regions we come from and learn a few lessons about our values and, more importantly, respect. Because I know nowadays we have a big challenge with our children. I know we are good in academics, but today I pray to you that one thing you'll remember for many years and that will take you so far is where the day you remember the simple words of respect, thank you, and you can hear how honorable members, they stand, they appreciate. Before you speak, you give honor to the speaker who sits in the chair. But you'll also learn another lesson, that all of us have come from far. Each of us here have a story. So your story one day will be told when you are seated in this house. I want you to look at where you are and claim in your heart that one day you'll be the Member of Parliament of Dagoretti North, and you'll come here to welcome others, and you will indeed confirm to them that you have a honorable member who is a mother, but who is also very strict in discipline, and you know that. So I wish you well, all of you, and we want to wish also your Form 4s well as they go to do their exams. God bless you all. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mama Dagoretti. Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity and give information that was sought by the Honorable Clive Gesairo on the matter of the Constituency Development Fund, the NGCDF, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had an engagement with the Minister, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Treasury, the Honorable John Badi, and he had this to say. One, he said that the 58.8 billion for CDF will be disbursed before the 30th of June, notwithstanding the court process. So before
30th of June, we are in September.
No, 30th of June, the question was, will that money be disbursed before the deadline of the court? So okay. Before that, all the money will have been disbursed. That is one. Secondly, he said that from October, that is next month, Treasury will be disbursing a minimum of 7 million 7 billion per month. Okay. So that's what Treasury, the Honorable John Badi said. So from next month, we'll be receiving the 7 billion. Yes. Billion. Until he finishes disbursing the whole amount, Honorable Speaker. So that is the second thing he said. He said the third, the CS Treasury has expressed willingness to appear before this House. Anytime he'll be required to come to give a full statement on his plan on how to disburse the bursary in spite of the court ruling and the court deadline of 30th June 2026 on the same manner. So, Honorable Speaker, that is the information from, but he is committed to ensure that CDF works as he subscribes to the fact that he was a member of parliament and he knows how CDF helped his people, and therefore he will continue to support and help to ensure that CDF succeeds. Honorable Speaker, that is the statement.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment to foreign service.
Chair, Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations, Major Bashir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Department Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations, in its report on the approval hearing of 9 nominees for appointment as High Commissioner, Ambassadors, and Consul Generals, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the Provisional Article 1322E of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 1A5E, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons. 1. Honorable Florence Chemketich Bore, EGH, as High Commissioner to Windhoek, Namibia. 2. Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki Muchiri, CBS, as Ambassador to Ankara, Turkey. 3. Ambassador Lucy Njeri Kiruthi, MBS, as Ambassador to Bangkok, Thailand. 4. Henry Ouma Wambuma, as Ambassador to Bujumbura, Burundi. 5. Abdirashid Salat Abdille, as Ambassador to Jakarta, Indonesia. 6. Ambassador Joseph Masila, as Ambassador to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 7. Ambassador Edwin Afande, MBS, as Ambassador to Vienna, Austria. 8. Jane Chepkorir Troitich, as Consul General to Dubai, United Arab Emirates. And 9. Judy Kiariai Nkumiri, as Consul General to Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo. Honorable Speaker, the offices of the High Commissioner, Ambassador, and Consul General stand as Kenya's outposts of sovereignty and service. As defined in Section 21 of the Foreign Service Act, the head of mission is not only the President's voice abroad, but the steward of Kenya's foreign policy, the custodian of our image, the leader of our diplomatic staff, and the guardian of our public funds. Honorable Speaker, in discharge of our mandate under Standing Order 2165F, the committee approached its task with diligence, fairness, and unwavering fidelity to the Constitution, guided by the Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity and the spirit of public participation, as enshrined in Article 118. We subjected the nominees to rigorous scrutiny, measuring not only their qualification and experiences, but also their vision and their fitness to carry Kenya's flag across borders. Honorable Speaker, in keeping with Standing Order 42.2, your office relayed to the House the President's message regarding the nomination of 9 persons to serve as High Commissioner, Ambassadors, and Consul General. The names were accordingly committed to the committee pursuant to Article 1244A of the Constitution for approval hearings and reporting within the statutory timelines. To uphold transparency, the public notice was placed in the mainstream dailies on Saturday, 23rd August 2025, inviting written memoranda on the stability or otherwise of the nominees as required under Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act and Article 118 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, no memoranda was received opposing the approval of any of the 9 nominees. However, the committee received an email from one Kevin Wanzala concurring with the nominations and urging for regional balance in future nominations. The email was not a statement on oath contesting the stability of the nominees as required by Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. Honorable Speaker, in further fulfillment of our due diligence and as required by law, the Clerk of the National Assembly wrote to relevant agencies, the EACC, KRA, DCI, HELP, and ORPP, seeking reports on the nominees' integrity, tax compliance, criminal record status, loan obligations, and political affiliations. All agencies returned clean reports affirming the nominees' good standing. However, in conducting its due diligence, the committee noted that Ambassador Anthony Muchuri was, however, adversely mentioned in the report of the National Assembly's Development Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the procurement, disposal, and construction of properties of Kenya's diplomatic mission in Egypt, Japan, Nigeria, Belgium, and Pakistan. The report recommended that necessary action be taken by the relevant authorities at that time against him and others considered key architects in relation to the purchase of property for the embassy in Tokyo. Subsequently, the nominee was charged with the offense of abuse of office in procuring the Tokyo embassy property without following due process in anti-corruption case number 2 of 2013. He was, however, cleared of all charges for lack of evidence. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted oral hearings on Wednesday, 3rd and Thursday, 4th September 2025, evaluating each nominee's academic credentials, professional record, integrity, nomination procedures, and overall stability as required under Section 6 and 7 of the Public Appointments Act. Honorable Speaker, following this exercise, the committee made the following observations. Each nominee, 1, is a Kenyan citizen and has no dual citizenship in fidelity to Article 78 of the Constitution. They each gave solemn assurance to engage in no other gainful pursuit, placing public duty above private interest in keeping with Article 771. 3, none holds political party office, reflecting impartiality and alignment with the spirit of Article 77(2). They affirmed their adherence to Articles 77 and 76 of the Constitution, vowing to uphold ethical conduct and to disclose and manage any potential conflict of interest. And 5, all 9 nominees demonstrated their competence, integrity, and preparedness worthy of service to the Republic of Kenya while serving out there in the missions. Honorable Speaker, and just a brief on each of the nominees, just as a recap. And Honorable Florence Chepketich Bore. Honorable Bore is Assistant Public Servant who has served the country both as a legislator, that is as a county MP for Kericho County, and as a Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor and Social Protection. Honorable Bore holds a Bachelor of Education Arts from Moi University and a Diploma in Education from Kagumo Teachers Training College. Her early career was in the teaching profession before she transitioned into public service and politics. On the question of integrity, the committee confirmed that clearance from all required agencies, EACC, KRA, DCI, HELP, ORP, and CRB, with no adverse reports. Her record is clean and she stands fit to fly Kenya's flag abroad. She presented a vision to deepen Kenya-Namibia relations by pursuing bilateral labor relations to protect Kenya's migrant workers in Namibia's growing sector, such as mining, hospitality, and education. She has previously served as the Cabinet Secretary for Labor, and she stands an expert on that matter. Number 2 is Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki Muchiri, nominee for Ambassador in Turkey, Ankara. Ambassador Muchiri appeared before the committee in compliance with Article 78, 1 and 2 of the Constitution. He confirmed that he is a Kenyan citizen and does not hold dual citizenship. He's a current chairperson of the Public Service Commission and president of the Association of African Public Service Commission. He previously served as Kenya's ambassador to Cuba and Libya, deputy chief of mission in Egypt, and in senior position at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His record includes overseeing the establishment of Kenya's mission in Havana, coordinating evacuations of Kenyans during the Libyan crisis, and strengthening Kenya's presence in Latin America and Caribbean. On integrity matters, as I mentioned earlier, and certainly has been charged before, but he was released on lack of evidence, and so therefore he still stands in good chance to represent Kenya. The nominee presented a vision to expand Kenya-Tokyo relations through enhanced defense and security cooperations, particularly in training, technology transfer, and peacekeeping. On economic diplomacy, he pledged to address Kenya's trade deficit with Turkey by promoting export, such as tea, coffee, leather, and textiles. The committee therefore recommends his appointment as ambassador to Ankara, Turkey. Another nominee is Mr. Abdirashid Salat Abdille, nominee for ambassador to Jakarta, Indonesia. The nominee confirmed that he is a Kenyan citizen, does not hold dual citizenship, therefore meeting the requirements of Article 78 of the Constitution on eligibility of state officer and Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity. The nominee holds a Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration and Political Science from the University of Nairobi, a Diploma in International Studies, and a Diploma in International Labour Standards from ILO in Turin. He previously served as Inspector in the Ministry of Labour from 1987 to 2002, Technical Advisor to Somalia's Ministry of Labour, and Chairman of KPA Joint Industrial Council from 2009 to 2020. He has participated in numerous ILO and AU labour conferences. On integrity, the committee considered his record under Article 75 and Article 771 and 2 of the Constitution and found him that no conflict of interest whatsoever. He presented a vision to enhance Kenya-Indonesia ties through conclusion of labor migration and agreements. This nominee has previously served in the Ministry of Labour and therefore has a clean record on matters dealing with labor migration and labor issues. The committee, having reviewed his credentials, recommends his appointment as ambassador to Jakarta and in Indonesia. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, and I'm sure the members will agree that the report is detailed for each of the members, and I didn't want to belabor on each specific individual. However, in conclusion, by recommending the approval of these nominees, we are persuaded that they possess the requisite academic credentials, professional competence, integrity, and leadership vision to serve Kenya's envoys abroad. They stand ready to carry that mantle with dignity and purpose. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and urge this House to adopt the committee's report. I now respectfully invite Honorable Martha Wangare to second this motion. I thank you.
Member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this report. And Mr. Speaker, from the start, I would not want to repeat what the mover has said, but allow me to give exactly what we were looking at in this approval hearing. Mr. Speaker, we were looking not just at the qualifications, we were looking at the integrity and their background. We were also evaluating the fitness for that role. And on this, Mr. Speaker, you remember we have in this parliament actually denied a posting to a nominee to the DRC because we felt they are not fit. They did not understand their role, and they were not going to add value in terms of our trajectory as a country, to stamp our sovereignty, and to also stamp our regional integration, intra and outside this continent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this list from the President was, as has been highlighted by the mover, had 9 nominees. Mr. Speaker, it has been my personal view and that of many other members of the committee that even as we get nominees, we must also consider career diplomats for these opportunities, because there are those people who work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, work many years and never get to actually go to the ultimate representing their country in missions, Mr. Speaker. I would want to thank the President on this list specifically because he has actually taken cognizance of that. And out of these 9 nominees, 5 are actually serving career diplomats. One being the Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki, who is the current chair of the Public Service Board. We have the Ambassador Lucy Njeri Kiruthu, MBS. We have Ambassador Joseph Masila. We have Ambassador Edwin Afande, MBS, and Madam Jane Jepkorir, who are a part of this list. Mr. Speaker, the President has also taken the issue of gender role very seriously. And in this list, out of 9, 4 are women. That is Florence Bore, Honorable Florence Bore, Lucy, Ambassador Lucy, Jane Jepkorir, and Judy Kearia. Her name was a bit difficult. Yes, Nkumiri. And also, Mr. Speaker, the mix in terms of getting career diplomats and others from outside will actually add to the richness of actually getting our people out there to be able to be representing our country in every way in definition of being a diplomat. Mr. Speaker, we were able to put them to task to ensure that they actually understand what it takes. They understood the foreign policy in terms of what are the issues that we will be advancing for this country. They understood where they stood in terms of labor migration and labor mobility, Mr. Speaker. You know, the President and this government has been very keen in terms of getting people to work outside this country, Mr. Speaker. But unless we have proper policies out there, then they continue having issues. I remember, I can quote specifically the nominee going to Saudi Arabia, being a very important destination for our workers out there. And there are issues that they raise that maybe as a house and as a ministry they should consider. Mr. Speaker, every time we hear there's a case in Saudi Arabia and they ask what is the government doing, and the mission will say we don't have money. If it is a case in court, what can we do? We don't have money to hire lawyers, and maybe it's time the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, considered having a resident legal attaches. The same way we have trade attaches, maybe it should be the same way we have a legal attaché in every mission, so that at least they are able to help our Kenyans in distress when they're having issues in the labor mobility space, when they're having issues even in criminal matters. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes we also feel that as a country we have let our Kenyans suffer too much, yet other countries take care of their own. So, Mr. Speaker, that was one of the issues that came out from that vetting, that maybe we should have legal attaches to be attached into the missions. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, I would talk about is the synergy to work with other ministries. Specifically, the Ministry of, the Department of Diaspora and also the Ministry of Labor. When we are talking labor export, there is always something the ministry is doing. This department is doing another thing. When you meet the Ministry of Labor, they are not talking with the diaspora. They are not talking with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So this synergy, Mr. Speaker, must be harnessed right from here, so that we have an all-government approach. Let everyone who is touching labor mobility be able to sit in one space and be able to to help our workers who are out there. Mr. Speaker, there was one nominee, and I would want to say something about her, called Judy Kearia Nkumiri. Mr. Speaker, this posting to DRC has been, I would say, what has been like a poison chalice, because it is seen to be jinxed from the start. Because even when this nomination was done, already DRC and Kinshasa had already started to reject before even this posting is done. So even as we post this nominee, Mr. Speaker, as a country we must also sort out the relationship between ourselves and DRC. Otherwise it will be an exercise in futility if we keep vetting and just sending people and they are not accepted in the countries they are going to work. Mr. Speaker, this lady came in. We were actually just, I would say we were giving her benefit of doubt, thinking she's just a teacher, she's come from Meru, and she came and actually surprised all of us in that hearing, because she had done very good homework. Her interpersonal skills are very good. Her temperament is also very good, and she has been able to work in Uwezo Fund, and we felt that anyone who has even worked in Uwezo Fund worked with NGAF. These are people that are able to deal with people because they deal at the grassroots level. So it was a surprise nomination, but I would say that she is actually equal to the task to be able to do and serve where she's been posted. We only hope that we can be able to sort this out, because specifically Honorable Millie felt that she's been posted in a very harsh environment in DRC. But if we are able to sort out our relationship, then maybe we can say, we can give her an opportunity to prove herself. And I remember we were saying that most of the time we've posted men in DRC. Maybe it's time when it's a woman maybe to do the magic to ensure that we get these relationships going. Mr. Speaker, I know my vice chair has talked about all the other nominees. Ambassador Lucy Njeri Kirudu has worked in Washington, Geneva, Mexico, and London. She is very instrumental in the Kenya-US visa agreement that was there at the Kenya at 60, and we have no doubt that she'll do a good job. Honorable Speaker, Ambassador Mushiri has also served this country. He's a former ambassador to Cuba, to Libya, and we have no doubt either, because we know that he will do a good job wherever he's going. Honorable Speaker, we have had even this nomination of Abdishirad Salat. This gentleman is a labor relations expert, has actually been at the table in terms of negotiating for Kenya, and we are hoping that he will use that experience to ensure that we have good conflict resolutions and international labor standards in every other mission, so that we can talk about excellence. Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Masila has also served as a Director of Economic and Commercial Diplomacy and in the drafting of the Kenya Vision 2030 and session of paper number 1 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, these are very qualified nominees that came with this nomination, and we have no doubt that they will actually represent this country. They will help us to stamp our hegemony in the region. They will help us even as we look at the Kenya's trajectory into becoming world class, and we hope that they can be able to work even with the sportsmen and sportswomen of this country. The one thing I heard from yesterday, Mr. Speaker, as we were giving accolades to our athletics team, is the gap between ourselves and the missions abroad. I think we can do better wherever they are. Like if we have competition in Japan, let us have our ambassador there being at the lead to ensure that our athletes are taken care of and our athletes are actually given the respect and support that they deserve. With that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Order, members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Honourable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is the taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearings of 9 nominees for appointment as High Commissioner, Ambassador, and Consuls General, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025. Order. 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act Cap 185(e), and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as 1 High Commissioner, Honorable Florence Chepngetich Bore, EGH, Windhoek, Namibia. 2 Ambassadors and Consuls General, Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki Mushiri, Ankara, Turkey. These days it's called Turkey, not Turkey. Ambassador Lucy Kirudu, Bangkok, Thailand. Mr. Henry Wambuma, Bujumbura, Burundi. Mr. Abdulrashid Salat Abdile, Jakarta, Indonesia. Ambassador Joseph Musyoka Masila, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Ambassador Edwin Afande, Vienna, Austria. Consuls General Jane Chepkorir Toroitich, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Judy Kiaria Ngumiri, Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo. I see on the screen names of people who I don't even see here. Mary Mase, I don't see. Yes, Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to support the committee report on the appointment of the various ambassadors to different countries. Honorable Speaker, I support the list and I want to take this opportunity to wish them well. Of course, hoping that this House will be able to pass the list as is. Honorable Speaker, ambassadors have been very important representatives of this country to the different countries. Honorable Speaker, they have a very important role, that they must be able to look out for the security and the welfare of the people of their country while they're in the nations that they are in. Honorable Speaker, it is their duty to make sure that the people who are working in the countries that they are representing Kenya in are comfortable and their welfare is well taken care of. Honorable Speaker, lately we have had a lot of issues, and in those countries we have ambassadors. Honorable Speaker, for the last 2 weeks we have had a lot of issues, especially in my county, with people who come from there and work in Qatar, for example. Honorable Speaker, I want to support what a honorable member has said, that we should also make sure that they have a legal experts so that they can be able to help us sort out some of the issues. There is a body that had been detained in Qatar for more than 2 months, Honorable Speaker, and the issue could not be sorted out because of inefficiencies between the relationship here and the relationship there, which is actually squarely in the court of the ambassadors. Honorable Speaker, these people that are being nominated to represent this country, Honorable Speaker, should be able to take their job seriously, and we also want to ask them that they should go an extra mile. Most of the time, Honorable Speaker, we live here to other countries to go and do benchmarking, whereas people who have a better lived experience in the name of ambassadors cannot even come here sometimes and call meetings and say, hello, look, this is what I have seen, and this is what I like, and this is what we can domesticate here. Honorable Speaker, these ambassadors should be able to do their job, and I want to appreciate the committee because they did a good job. They made sure that each and every one of them was vetted, and they were able to actually look at their capabilities, and they have been brought to this House because they are good enough. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee. I think this committee has the hardest job of looking at the CVs, of looking at the competencies of people who do a very critical job in this country. So I appreciate the committee, and I want to wish the ambassadors the very best. And we want to thank also the President for also taking the shortest time possible to be able to submit those nominees, and the committee for taking the shortest time possible as well to be able to vet them. We want to wish them the very best, and they must remember that they are the flag bearers of this country. They are the image of this country, and therefore they have to do a good job so that this country and the people who live in the countries that they have been nominated to are having a better security and welfare while there. I support the motion, Honorable Speaker.
Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia niweze kuwapongeza kamati andalizi ambayo imeweza kuwapiga msasa hawa walioteuliwa Mheshimiwa Spika kama maambasada ambao wa mabalozi ambao watahudumu katika mataifa tofauti tofauti. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kwanza kuwapongeza hawa walioteuliwa, na niwaambie Kenya na picha sura ya Kenya iko kwenye mikono yao. Kule nje watakapokwenda waangalie kuwa wanaweka mahusiano mazuri baina ya Kenya na mataifa ambayo watahudumu, waangalie yale matunda ambayo yanaweza yakashuka katika taifa hili ili tuweze kupata matunda mazuri ya uhusiano baina yetu na mataifa ambayo wanahudumu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na niweze kusema pia Mheshimiwa Spika, na unawivu kama mama kutoka Pwani, kwa sababu nikiangalia katika hii list sio ni watu kutoka kwetu, japokuwa hawa wanaweza kufanya kazi, lakini wakati ambao utafika wakati mwingine tuangalie sehemu kama hii Saudi Arabia. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni sehemu ambayo kwamba inataka mtu ambaye anajua culture, ile itikadi za wale kula anakokwenda, malezi yao na ile mazingara yao vizuri, na ajue kuwa kuna matatizo mengi sana kule Saudi Arabia ambayo kwamba yamekuwa yakija Kenya, na licha ya yote kumekuwa na language barrier Mheshimiwa Spika ambayo kwamba mtu akienda pale katika embassy na haelewi pengine lugha ya Kiarabu inakuwa ni matatizo kidogo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo katika uteuzi utakaokuja wa miaka inayokuja, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuweze kuangalia yale mazingira na mtu ambaye anapelekwa sehemu fulani ili aweze kufanya kazi akiwa na ule, yani akiwa amestawika vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, pia niweze kusema kama nimpongeze pia Mheshimiwa Martha alivyosema kuwa tunataka pia tupate kule labor attachis ama attachis ambao watakuwa wanasaidia watu wetu ambao wako sehemu za mbalimbali. Kwa mfano kama hawa wafanyikazi ambao wanafanya kazi nje, mtu kutoka pengine kule Jeddah ama atoke Ajman kuja paka Riyadh ni mbali kutafuta kusaidiwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo tukiwa na hawa attachis watakuwa wanachukua yale matatizo ya Wakenya wakihakikisha kuwa wanayatatua ama wanaweza kufikisha katika embassy ambapo Mkenya pengine hawezi kufikia kwa wepesi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini awali ya yote mimi niwapongeze na nizidi kuambia nyinyi ni sura ya taifa. Mkienda kule wekeni bendera ya Kenya mbele. Wekeni sifa ya Kenya mbele. Fanyeni kazi kwa bidii mpaka sifa ya Kenya katika mataifa mengine iwe juu, kama vile juzi na jana tumebeba bendera yetu juu kwa wale wanariadha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Waonyeshe sura ya Kenya iwe na upendo katika mataifa mengine na walete mahusiano mazuri, na hata kama kuna matunda yale ambayo yanaonekana yako kule, wawe wajanja kuyafuata na kuweza kuelezea serikali kuwa hapa kuna mwanya huu na kuna mwanya huu ambao unaweza ukasaidia taifa baina ya taifa. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, Mheshimiwa Spika, na wapongeza. Asante sana.
Yes, Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for this report. Posting of ambassadors and high commissioners is a very important work or task for the country. And those individuals who have been identified to represent us in those far foreign countries must walk the talk, must represent us effectively. Honorable Speaker, they are the ones who will pursue our foreign policy objective in those countries where they have been assigned. Today, what is really important around the world is what is called economic diplomacy, where every country is positioning itself to try and gain something from the other side. Those who have been appointed as head of missions, they are the flag bearers. They are the main representatives of the head of state and also the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, recently I was fortunate to visit the state of Botswana. In Botswana, cattle or livestock is a major part of the economy. The first is diamond, then the second is livestock. We were lucky that the ambassador was able to, the High Commissioner was able to effectively conduct us around that country. Many parts of that country are ASAL, arid and semi-arid lands. But when you see how they were able to make livestock a major stay of that economy, it indeed showed us that we can equally borrow from other countries. But had the ambassador not engaged, not did her due diligence, then we were not able to see many good things in that country. Honorable Speaker, the idea of having diplomats to serve as ambassadors in this list, as already told to us by the Honorable Vice Chairman, it is important that we must give diplomats chance to rise up the ladder. Because if we keep on bringing people from outside, I think to an extent, it will undermine our diplomacy in a big way. There are people who have burned the midnight oil. They have gone to school. They have gained the necessary experience to be ambassadors and high commissioners. If they are sidestepped, then I think even the morale within that ministry, to a large extent, will be undermined, and people are not likely to put in their best. Honorable Speaker, the other issue which I want to talk about is the issue of relationship within our embassies. You will go to a mission, and then you will be told that there's a lot of infighting. And I think one of the tasks that an ambassador or high commissioner has to do is to be able to administer and manage that particular mission. And if they don't do that, then what suffers is those who are supposed to be represented by that posting. Finally, Honorable Speaker, more and more, our foreign missions are about representing the diaspora. Today, a major part of contribution to the national economy is the diaspora. Ambassadors and high commissioners must spend all the necessary time to bring the diaspora together, to make them feel that while they are outside there, the embassy is home away from home, so that they are able to build to the well-being and prosperity of this country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, Ngaru Girls School from Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga. On my behalf and on behalf of the House of Parliament, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to Parliament. Thank you. Yes, Amisi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report of the court. Spoken before. Honorable Speaker, this House, last Parliament, we passed a Foreign Service Bill 2023 that gave the President a leeway to include career diplomats in the appointment of ambassadors. And this latest appointment, Honorable Speaker, has exactly done that. We have and even those who come from other careers or politicians have also exhibited a high prowess on matters of people-to-people relations. Honorable Speaker, most of us here are actually diplomats. When most don't get to be re-elected, eventually they eye to be diplomats, ambassadors, and high commissioners. And basically because we carry people-to-people relationship. We are here because we are able to talk to people, we are able to relate with people, and this is one of the pillars of diplomacy. An ambassador is what we call in international relations a plenipotentiary of the nation. So he has the full powers of the nation to make agreements, conventions on behalf of the nation. Secondly, Speaker, foreign relations, interstate relations has changed. What the committee also was concerned is how the individuals who have been appointed understood the evolving environment of diplomacy. Honorable Speaker, since the Westphalian system of 1648, the diplomacy and interstate relations has, over the years, changed. How states used to relate with each other during the Cold War is different on how the states related with each other in post-Cold War. and in communism and imperial West capitalism, period. And now we've evolved over the years. Now we are talking about the trade liberalization. We are now into the AI, artificial intelligence. So basically this committee also wanted to know how these individuals understand the evolving environment in which our interstate relationship is undertaken, how they are techno-savvy because of modernization, globalization, and all those that comes with the technology. And these individuals were able to really portray that understanding of the new environment under which the states operate. And the Honorable Speaker, I'm one of the members who vetted these ambassadors. I've vetted ambassadors, now this is my 8th year, and I think this is one of the best lists that was brought to us. And all of them are incredibly qualified, with people with high acumen, professional acumen, and we are comfortable and confident that we represent the country in the international relations, bilateral, multilateral, and in other international arenas. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I beg to support the report.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mine is, I want to also support the committee's report. And first and foremost, I want to congratulate all the nominated ambassadors who will represent this country in various countries. And according to the report, it has given a clean bill of health. And I acknowledge and support in totality. Mr. Speaker, I am one of the luckiest person in this house today who's one of his constituency was nominated to represent Jakarta, Indonesia. I want to congratulate him. And I know, beyond reasonable doubt, Abdul Rashid is qualified, competent, and will represent Kenya. Kenya the way it is required. Mr. Speaker, ambassador is the reflection of Kenya. Ambassadors go there, advocate, represent liars, and liars on behalf of Kenya. There are a lot of opportunities outside Kenya. Kenya being an largely importers rather than exporters, need ambassadors who will go out of their way to look for opportunities that will make Kenyan product be seen in each and every table outside this country. Mr. Speaker, that is the only way the Kenyan government can give opportunities, employments in this country. If everybody, including those who are here, who will produce, manufacture, will have some people outside who are representing their interest, who will work for them, give them opportunities, and liaise with others, and help them to produce and export their product, a lot of Kenyans will get employment without going outside looking for employment. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the report. Thank you.
Bowen.
It's here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the committee report and also to support all the nominees, Honorable Speaker, those who have been nominated to represent our country in various countries. Mr. Speaker, our ambassadors are our representatives in the countries they have been appointed. They represent our president and all of us. And Mr. Speaker, yourself, you've been our ambassador before, and you know, Honorable Speaker, that this is a very crucial role because apart from representing the country, Honorable Speaker, we expect our ambassadors to enter into trade treaties in those countries, to look for opportunities for our products as a country, to market our country as a tourist destination, to carry our flag as a country, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honorable Cynthia talking, and that is an issue which I wanted to take up. Why is it that in many cases we have had Kenyans being mistreated outside there? We have had Kenyans being mistreated in Saudi Arabia, in other countries, as if we don't have ambassadors or consulates in those countries. Why are they suffering? What is the role of those ambassadors in those countries? In fact, Honorable Speaker, one of the roles, apart from the representing us, one of the roles of our ambassadors is to protect our citizens in those countries. So we should not be hearing these issues that we have Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, who have gone to overseas countries because they have been given jobs there. But when they come back to the country, they are coming back in coffins. They have been killed. They have been mistreated. Where are our ambassadors? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support all of them. And we ask them to make sure that all Kenyans, wherever they are, Honorable Speaker, because I know as Kenyans, we have many learned Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and we have a lot of skills, and wherever we go, we do our jobs very well. So wherever they are, Mr. Speaker, it's only that sometimes we want also to ask our people, when they go there, those who go those countries, they need to adhere to the rules and the regulations, the laws for those countries, and also to register to our embassies, so that even as our ambassadors looks after them, they have a record of what they are doing. So otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the second issue, Mr. Speaker, from the list, I believe all those are very qualified, and we want also to ask, Mr. Speaker, at an opportunity like this where there is a position of ambassadors, those who have worked, even in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for so long, Mr. Speaker, they need to be, promoted, so that these positions should not just be reserved for, those who are politically correct, or those, maybe someone has lost an election and is given an ambassadorial position. Our civil servants in foreign affairs, Mr. Speaker, they must be motivated by promoting them to this position, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kangogo, have you looked at the list, or do you know them?
I know some of them, Speaker. I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Andon Muchiri was my officer in foreign affairs. Lucy Kirudu was my officer in foreign affairs. Musyoka Masila was my officer in foreign affairs. Edwin Afande was my officer in foreign affairs.
Yes, that's okay, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm saying it's encouraging to see, and in future we should continue promoting our officers. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to support the report and pray that all our ambassadors, wherever they are, they represent our country well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me to appreciate and support the report by the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. And Honorable Speaker, thank the President for having an eagle's eye when it came to the appointment of these ambassadors. Honorable Speaker, this is the only assembly in the country that brings together the entire Kenya into one. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at the report that has been brought before this House, with respect to the Kenya and Kenyans at large, Honorable Speaker, the appointment of the 9 ambassadors and high commissioners looks at Kenya as one. I want to thank the President. The Honorable Speaker, a name from Rift Valley is there, a name from Western is there, a name from Northeastern is there, a name from Eastern is there. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at the chances that have been provided, Kenya is represented. Given chance, Honorable Speaker, more slots coming out will see Kenya enlarged from that angle, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to be specific to appreciate one of the appointees, the High Commissioner, Honorable Florence Bore, whom, Honorable Speaker, I had the privilege of serving with her in this House in the 11th Parliament, and Honorable Speaker, also having chance to interact with her as the Minister for Labour. Honorable Bore, Honorable Speaker, has the ability to represent this country to the mission she has been assigned to in Windhoek, Namibia, and all I want to wish her, Honorable Speaker, is that what she has been able to do while in the country, let her represent us well. Honorable Speaker, I also want to extend my appreciation to the appointment of a career diplomat, one Edwin Safande, Honorable Speaker, a person whom I've known all through his life as a diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Speaker. Thanks to the President that he has now considered him at the helm of his appointment as an ambassador to Vienna, Austria. What does it take, Honorable Speaker, for one to be a career diplomat over a period and you cannot control the agency or the journey that you've been running around with? Honorable Speaker, having grown through the ranks and reaching the destination of the highest staff as an ambassador, I see us being well represented in Vienna, Austria, especially after having served in various missions at the senior levels, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what has also impressed me in this appointment is the issue of gender. When you look at the appointment, Honorable Speaker, there is both gender, male and female are represented, and Honorable Speaker, that the chances being few in the 9, having representation on both gender is a key thing within the Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finally, I would want to encourage that, Honorable Speaker, there is no way this good staff, these good ambassadors will go to work in missions and we don't support them in terms of their budgets. What happens, Honorable Speaker, when we go outside in our missions and we find, Honorable Speaker, that the ambassadors are not well funded, the missions are not well funded, Honorable Speaker. It is my request and my kind request, Honorable Speaker, that let the National Treasury, Honorable Speaker, fund these missions and set standards for them to deliver. Honorable Speaker, whereas we request that we fund the missions, I also want to call on the missions, the ambassadors and high commissioners, Honorable Speaker, that let them also earn some revenue for the country. Let them be proactive, Honorable Speaker, and in return, show the trade aspect. What are we gaining from the relationship, Honorable Speaker? Is it just to go and be an ambassador? The answer is no. They are going to represent this country, represent the population of Kenya, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I feel let them come back with a result in terms of trade negotiations. Let them also line up and say this kind of production in Kenya can be marketed in their various missions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I wish them well, let them also look back into the country and say the return on what their missions take shall have a positive achievement in that aspect, Honorable Speaker. With those few remarks, I want to congratulate them and say thank you, and I support the report.
Yes, Bayer.
All right, Speaker, I want to thank the people that have really contributed, and I think we are not of different opinion. We are saying the same things, Honorable Speaker. We are all congratulating and thanking the President, and I think it's time now to call the mover to reply. I thank you.
Do we call the mover to reply?
Yes.
Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all the members, both those who contributed and those who have not, because it looks like there is no contrary opinion to what the committee has presented, and that shows that the House has the trust and confidence with the report of the committee, and therefore say that all your sentiments, all your concerns we've noted, and ensuring that all is taken care of. I'm sure certain issues have been raised where career ambassadors, if you look at the report, 5 out of 9 are career ambassadors who have worked with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is a good record, and I think going forward we need to appreciate that it should continue that way, including the fact that they mix both career ambassadors and also ambassadors or nominees from outside. I also tend to reckon the fact that we need to fund the missions and ensure that Treasury releases the exchequer mostly in good time. Honorable Speaker, we have 74 missions that are dotted across the globe, and these also require oversight by this committee. So I'll also urge that through your office and the office of the clerk, that the Committee of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations is adequately facilitated so that they can go out there to oversight and ensure that funds allocated are properly utilized. I want to take this opportunity to wish all the 9 nominees all the very best, and if this House approves, that they take up their jobs and serve Kenya and Kenyans diligently. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearings of 9 nominees for appointment as High Commissioner, Ambassador and Consuls General, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185(e), and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as: 1. Ambassador, High Commissioner, Honorable Florence Chepngetich Bore, EGH, Windhoek, Namibia. Ambassadors and Consuls General, Ambassador Anton Mwaniki Mushiri, Ankara, Turkey. Ambassador Lucy Kiruthu, Bangkok, Thailand. Mr. Henry Wambuma, Bujumbura, Burundi. Mr. Abdirashid Salat Abdile, Jakarta, Indonesia. Ambassador Joseph Musyoka Masila, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Ambassador Edwin Afande, Vienna, Austria. And Consuls General Ms. Jane Chepkorir Toroitich, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. And Ms. Judy Kiaria Ngumiri, Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Before the next order, honorable members, I acknowledge in the public gallery Kamuiru Boys School from Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment as Registrar and Assistant Registrar of Political Parties.
Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearings of nominees for appointment as Registrar and Assistant Registrar of Political Parties, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 34A and paragraph 6 of the 6th schedule of the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of the following persons to the office of Registrar of Political Parties. Number 1, Mr. John Cox Lorionokou, Registrar, and Ms. Agatha Wanjiko Wahome, Assistant Registrar. Honorable Speaker, I wish to confirm to the House that yesterday, on behalf of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, I tabled the report on the vetting of these 2 persons. I confirm that the vetting took place when the House was on recess, and I profoundly thank the members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, including my Vice Chairman, the Honorable Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse, and the eminent members, including Honorable Gladys Boss. The Chief Whip is also a member, Silvana Sosoro, Tim Wanyonyi Wetangula, Honorable John Mushira Mwangi, Honorable Makali John Okwisia, Honorable Aden Daoud, Honorable Suleka Ulbale Arun, the Senior Honorable Farah Malim, Honorable TJ Kajwang, Honorable Tiende Amolo, Honorable Mushangi Karemba, Honorable Stephen Mogaka, and Honorable Siyade Amina Udigon. They took their time of the recess to come and vet these two officers on the 28th of August 2025. Honorable Speaker, as the report is elaborate and comprehensive, and having read this report, because I know each member has done so, I wish to summarize that the findings of the committee are that these two persons are actually suitable. May I point out that on behalf of the committee, the approval hearings were exhaustive. We were able to ascertain what was necessary, including the candidates' academic qualifications, proven knowledge and experience in the relevant field, finance, management, political science, law, governance, and public administration. When it came to the first nominee for the office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and this is a very, very important office, especially now we are moving towards another general election. And this office is going to play a pivotal role in actually ensuring that political parties are in order, in place, well organized, so as to nominate candidates for the general election. So we were keen to know whether Mr. John Cox Lorionoko was actually qualified to hold this position, and we were left with no doubt whatsoever that he actually does. As regards his background, it's important for the House to note that Mr. John Cox, that's a very good English name, Lorionoko, is actually a Pokot from West Pokot, Kacheliba. This is a very humble person from a very humble background. And it demonstrates that we in Kenya have equal opportunities. You do not have to come from a very big community. You can come from the smallest of the communities, and you will have equal opportunity with the persons who come from big communities. So with a very humble background, having done his primary school in Kacheliba, all the way up to when he actually did his Bachelor of Education in Arts, Maseno University, and is now an ongoing student for a master's degree in arts regarding governance and ethics. We are satisfied that that background actually suits him. From there, we were able to look at his work experience, and this is a person who has worked for long periods of time with election bodies. Started as a junior officer, county director, children in Pokot Educational Fund, that was in West Pokot County, all the way up to the time he left the county elections manager with the IBC in Elgeyo Marakwet. He has done all this absolutely to show that he is knowledgeable in election matters. As regards net worth, this is extremely important because we need to know, as you get into an office like this, how much are you worth? So that 2 years down the line, we hear you are actually swimming in riches. Then we are able to tell, unless you can sufficiently explain that you have not obtained your wealth the right way. A modest figure of 50 million, which he convinced us that is his net worth. And we told him these are actually the people who are required most because they are able to render services without having to look at the material gain in it. He confirmed that he's not now a member of any political party, and that he is actually going to ensure that our political parties are run in the most fair and competent manner that is supposed to be done. So having considered all that, we were able to confirm, since he doesn't hold any dual citizenship, he doesn't have any debts, he had clearance certificates with the DCI, with ESCC, with Higher Education Loans Board, KRA, ODPP, ORP, and all other statutory bodies required to have confirmed his appointment. He actually had those clearances. Therefore, we were able to confirm that he is suitable. For the office of the Assistant Registrar, a lady by the name Agatha Wanjiku Wahome, who hails from Nyeri County, was proposed and nominated for that position. We were also able to vet this lady to confirm whether she was actually suitable to sit in as the Assistant Registrar, bearing in mind that she would also be assisting the Registrar in ensuring that our political parties work to our satisfaction. She had the necessary academic qualifications, all the way up to a master's degree in management and agribusiness from Strathmore University, and our work experience showed that for a long time she had worked as integrity assurance officer, data protection officer, a manager risk and compliance in IBC, which was very important because this gave her again the experience that is supposed to be carried by a person occupying such a position. Then thereafter, we looked at our integrity, and we had to seek confirmations from the various statutory bodies regarding our indebtedness, clearances, good conduct, and each of these. And we received this to confirm that the lady is actually suitable to serve as the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. Having observed all this and bearing in mind that we were required to confirm to this House that these persons have the knowledge and are suitable to actually hold these offices, then we did not hesitate to recommend to this House that this House approves the appointment of Mr. John Cox Lorionoko as the Registrar of Political Parties, and also approves the appointment of Ms. Agatha Wanjiku Wahome as the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. As I move, I wish to remind these officers what we told them at the vetting, that the entire country is looking upon them to execute their duties with the diligence, with the honesty that is required of these public officers. We know very well we have various types of parties in this country, including the big parties, which are always proud of themselves, and especially when they get the lion's share of the political party's fund. And that these are the people who will be administering that fund, that they must also remember the criteria goes down to the small parties, which parties, whether briefcase or not briefcase, are also entitled to whatever is rightfully theirs under the political party's fund. And all others, including registrations, which have to be done, nominations, which have to be done, and everything that appertains to the upcoming general election of 2027. With those remarks, I beg to move and request my able Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse, to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In seconding the motion, allow me first to appreciate our chair for the leadership that he provided us during the time of recess as a committee while vetting the nominees that are the subject of this afternoon hearing before this Parliament. I also want to appreciate the members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, who include Madam Deputy Speaker, for finding time during recess to perform this very important national duty. Madam Speaker, I do not wish to repeat what the Chair has said, because both the report and the oral submissions by the Chair were quite elaborate. However, allow me to point out that what we are doing today is a dictate of the Constitution. If you look at Article 4 of our Constitution, specifically sub-Article 2, it declares that Kenya is a multi-party democracy, and that our democracy is going to be exercised in the terms provided for under the national values and principles of government provided for under Article 10. And it is partly pursuant to this that Parliament came up and enacted the Political Parties Act and provided for the two offices that are subject to this afternoon's debate: the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties and the Office of the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties, specifically with the duty, 1, to register political parties, 2, generally, to regulate the affairs of political parties, and 3, to manage the political parties fund, that is a fund provided for under the law in order to assist political parties to deepen democracy both within and without, within the parties and also in the country. And therefore, as we consider this, I was saying this so that members would realize that the people we are debating today are going to occupy very, very important offices that are core in terms of our democracy is going to run. Madam Speaker, it has been elaborated that our duty was to look at the educational qualifications, and indeed in seconding we confirm that all of them are qualified. The Political Parties Act also imposes certain years of experience that they need to have. We confirm that they had that. In terms of integrity, we rely on reports from vetting bodies, and all the vetting bodies, none of them returned a negative verdict in terms of their integrity. And there were no adverse memoranda that were presented before the committee to impugn the integrity of any of the two nominees. And therefore, I stand to urge the House to approve the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee as presented. You may also be aware, Madam Speaker, and the House and the country, that the office of the Registrar of Political Parties fell vacant recently because the order of that office, the Honorable Anne Nderitu, who has been our Registrar of Political Parties for quite some time now, was nominated, vetted, approved, and appointed as a commissioner of the IEBC. And therefore, there is urgency in filling this office, and as the Chair has alluded to, for purposes of preparedness for the next general elections. And with those few remarks, I second the oral submissions of the Chair, I second the written report, and urge the House to approve the two nominees to their respective positions. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report of the approval hearings of the nominees for appointment as Registrar and Assistant Registrar of Political Parties laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Sections 34A and Paragraph 6 of the 6th Schedule of the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of the following persons to the office of the Registrar of Political Parties: Mr. John Cox Lorionokau, Registrar, and 2, Ms. Agatha Wanjiku Wahome as Assistant Registrar. Let me put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report of the approval hearings of the nominees for appointment as Registrar and Assistant Registrar of Political Parties laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 34A, Paragraph 6 of the 6th Schedule of the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of the following persons to the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Mr. John Cox Lorionoko, Registrar. 2, Ms. Agatha Wanjiku Wahome as Assistant Registrar. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, KNCHR.
Justice and Legal Affairs Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252 of the Constitution, Section 11 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Chapter 7 RL, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Chapter 7F, approves the appointment of Ms. Clarice Agwol Oganga as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Honorable Speaker, on the same day, the 28th of August 2025, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee was able to consider the suitability of the chairperson nominated for the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Ms. Clarice Agwol Oganga. And again, I thank members of that committee, starting with the Speaker herself, who sits as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Vice Chairperson who is here, Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse, MP Kibwezi West constituency. We must also appreciate Mr. Onyego Silvana Sosoro, a Member of Parliament for South Mugirango constituency. Mr. Wanyonyi Timothy Wetangula, Member of Parliament for Westlands. Honorable John Michael Mushira Mwangi, Member of Parliament for Ojoro Rock. Honorable John Makali Okwisia, MP Kadui. Honorable Aden Dawood Mohammed, Wajir East. Honorable CPS Suleka Halbal Haruni, nominated member. Senior member, Farah Malim, Dadaab constituency. A senior advocate, Francis Kajwang Tom Joseph. He represents Ruaraka constituency. The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, senior counsel, who represents Rarienda. Honorable Muchangi Karemba, who is the member for Runyenjes constituency. Honorable Mugaka Stephen, member for West Mugirango constituency, and Honorable Siyand Amina Udgon, representing Garissa County. These are the members who sat on that day and went through the vetting process of the proposed chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. As we speak today, it is very, very important for the country to note that there are issues that are being raised regarding human rights. And therefore, it was in the interest of the committee and this House and the country that the vetting is concluded as soon as it was practicably possible, so that we have a chairperson in place to deal with many of the matters, including the proposed compensation to the victims of the demonstrations that took place recently. Therefore, before the committee was actually the nominee, and we were able, in a nutshell, to establish the following. First and foremost, the report has been tabled, and these members have read it. It's comprehensive. It covers all the spheres that we are required to tackle when we are actually doing the approval hearing. On the citizenship, we confirmed that Ms. Oganga is actually a Kenya citizen and does not hold any dual citizenship. She was born in Nairobi, although eventually she confirmed she was from Homa Bay. Then she holds various certificates, degrees, including a Bachelor of Laws degree and a Master of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi. Therefore, academically, she was actually qualified, and we did not have any issue with the certificates that were produced before us. As regards our experience, which is the most important when it comes to work, like this particular nominee is being appointed to, we confirmed that she has done various work, including human rights works with the following entities. One is FIDA Kenya. This is the Federation, International Federation of, the name is not actually English. She has worked here to represent people who are downtrodden, and especially ladies. So those are human rights. She has also worked as Deputy Executive Director and Head of Programs with the Federation of Kenya Women Lawyers. This is the FIDA. That's the name I was looking for. Before proceeding to work for Human Rights Office with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. She was actually a human rights officer. After that, she worked for, again, as a human rights specialist, deputy head of office, again, in the United Nations Office of the High Commission for Human Rights here in Nairobi. So, with such a background, this is a person who, in our view, can actually run this office to the satisfaction of Kenyans. Then from there, we were able to look at our writings, which, in my view, are relevant, and then we went on to look at all the other aspects, including what we got from the entities under Chapter 6 of the Constitution regarding ethics and integrity. And all of them returned papers to the effect that she had no questions with the DCI, with ELB, with ORPP, with DPP, with ESCC, and all those integrity institutions. When we asked her about our relationship, and especially with a commission that has just been set up, a task force or whatever, to look into compensation of victims of demonstrations, which in our view is a mandate under the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. She was able to demonstrate that this entity is going to work closely with our office so that there is no antagonism between the two, but there is going to be unity between the two offices so that they are synchronized. They are able to give Kenyans the best results regarding that proposed compensation. So having considered all these matters and having listened to the candidate, we were convinced that she is suitable for the work, and therefore today we call upon this House to approve the appointment of Ms. Clarice Agwo Oganga to be the to the office of the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. To those remarks, I now request again my vice chairperson of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, Honorable Ikomas Mwengi Mutuse, to actually second the approval. Thank you very much.
You may proceed to second briefly.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, I will be very brief. I stand to second the motion as moved by the chair that Ms. Clarice Award be approved by this House to be the new chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. I second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearing of the nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, laid at the table of this House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252 of the Constitution, Section 11 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, Cap 7I, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of Ms. Clarice Awor Oganga as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Okay, Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, let me congratulate the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for a good report which we have read through. And Honorable Speaker, today the whole nation knows that the Vice Chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, does not only bring impeachment motions which succeed, but also stands before the floor to approve appointment into office and into various state offices. Of course, I join the committee in recommending the approval by this assembly of the nominees. Honorable Speaker, the warning is clear. They go in and play around. Mwengi Mutuse has the power to appoint and to bring motions to remove to this House. And when he does, we will always oblige. Honorable Speaker, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is a very important commission because this is one country which has one of the richest human rights provisions under Chapter 4 of our Constitution. In fact, as a comparative constitutional law practitioner, whether you go to the US, whether you go across Africa, whether you go to Europe, they cite the Bill of Rights, which is embodied in Chapter 4 of our Constitution as a true human right, not and a guiding, documentation of what should human rights and fundamental freedoms for all human persons, not just for citizens, be. Honorable Speaker, as I urge this House to approve these nominees, and I hope this House will resolve that we approve them so that they go into the office. Let me say that there is one challenge we are facing in the country today, and that is how to balance matters stability of the state and the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. We had a very untidy situation in 2024, in the month of June. We had a very untidy situation the other time. And Honorable Speaker, you hear people just talking human rights, human rights, human rights, but they are forgetting about the stability of the state. Let me caution, Honorable Speaker, that as we move through this approval hearing, we want these commissioners, if the House so resolves and they are later appointed, to have that careful balance. We cannot have a situation in which we lose the state. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to report here that in the month of June, in the year 2023, we went with Honorable Martin Owino to the EU Parliament in Brussels. And Honorable Martin will confirm to you there was a time I was to address stability and how Kenya can assist in keeping peace and security in the Horn of Africa. The delegation from Sudan stopped me midway on a point of order, saying I cannot talk about Sudan. They didn't know that a short while after that, Sudan was going to be in the situation where it is. There is a day, Honorable Speaker, when we had the Gen Z issues, when I posted on my X account that better a bad government than no government. Honorable Martin Owino had been called by those people who shouted us down, who are warning us not to allow Kenya slide into a stateless situation. And so, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we make such sacrifices at the political level, which people take for granted, but they are very critical, so that they save the state, so that we can continue to enjoy human rights. I've had very many young people saying, Baba betrayed us. Baba betrayed us. Honorable Speaker, if you go to June 24th, that thing started as reject finance bill. Once we amended all the provisions, it became Ruto must go. Once we were done with Ruto must go, it moved into Kufa Driver, Kufa Makanga, which was both the president and the deputy must go. We have to say, when we have young people in this House, Honorable Speaker, what does the Constitution at Article 146, Sub-Article 2 say where both the president and the deputy president are not there? The Speaker of the National Assembly, you, Honorable Speaker, takes over for 60 days, within which the country has to go for elections. And you remember, Honorable Speaker, we did not have IEBC. It meant at the lapse of 60 days, we were going to be in a situation, Honorable Speaker, where there is no leader for this country, where only anarchy is reigning, where the strongest, whether it is civilian coup, military coup, would be reigning. And the first thing we were going to lose, Honorable Speaker, is this beautiful constitution with its Bill of Rights. And so I want to caution that there are some sacrifices we make as political leadership. And I want to thank my party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, for always being patriotic. Let us send these commissioners into the commission. But Honorable Speaker, let us remind them not to sing about human rights to the extent that we may become riotous, we may become chaotic, and we end up with a situation in which the state is not there. If we didn't intervene under the leadership of Baba and our President, Honorable Speaker, we would be having no country now. Because there are people who take things lightly. They want to go with what is popular. Sometimes you need leadership decisions. And in most cases, they are very difficult. I wanted to urge that we resolve, Honorable Speaker, as a House, to approve these nominees. But as they go into office, let us protect human rights and let us not have a situation, Honorable Speaker. See, Honorable Speaker, what the President has proposed. See how beautiful it is, Honorable Speaker. And allow me to say this as the last thing. The President is saying that in the enjoyment of human rights and civil liberties, we've lost so many Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the President has constituted a team. You get some idle Kenyans are before a court of law, stopping that team from working. A police officer fired a warning shot somewhere, and you saw a very young, beautiful Kenyan girl being hit by a bullet while in her parents' sitting room. If you leave the parents of that girl to go to court for reparation, it will not succeed. Because, Honorable Speaker, as a lawyer, you know that parent will have to prove negligence on part of the police. And the police will simply say, I was shooting a warning shot, and it ends there. The case will not go anywhere. You'll have to prove this bullet came from the police. You'll have to prove there was negligence. There are cases the President is saying we need to heal as a nation. We want to go as back as possible. But you know, as a lawyer, the Limitation of Actions Act, the cases of 2017 cannot be accepted before any court of law. So we must know that when a leader, the head of state, and I wanted to ask those Kenyans who are politicking to draw a line between President Ruto, the person, President Ruto, the head of state and symbol of national unity, President Ruto, the commander-in-chief of the defense forces, and the National Police Service is not part of the defense forces. So when, as the head of state is making proposals so that we can heal as a nation and move forward, we don't want judicial overreach, where the judiciary takes the place of the executive, controlling how the head of state in healing the nation to be united and to move together should do their things. I would be urging that even those cases in court, we take them away. We have a system that can allow for compensation of all Kenyans. And I know human life cannot be compensated, but we want to move together within the realm and context of human rights. I wish these commissioners, well as they go into work, but we need to keep that delicate balance so that we respect the institutions and offices of the presidency, of the leaders who make sacrifices, and so that we always have Kenya to continue to enjoy our human rights and fundamental freedoms. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well spoken indeed. The chair is not supposed to celebrate, but what a statesman you are today. Great. You need a nation before you can, what do you call, enjoy rights. The destruction of a state, anarchy, chaos, cannot become a substitute to the state and the nation. I want to ask the Honorable, first of all, before I call on somebody else on the same, I will ask the MP for Kirinyaga Central, my old colleague in the 7th Parliament. Was it the 10th Parliament or the 7th Parliament? Yeah? Yes, Honorable Gitari, to proceed and give a word of encouragement to the students from your constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for remembering we were with you that long time ago. I want to appreciate and welcome the students of Kamwiro Secondary School. Personally, I'm a alumni of Kamwiro Secondary School, and they came here today to see what we do here because they are future leaders. On the other side, I want to appreciate Ngaro girls. Those beautiful girls are from Kirinyaga, and they are doing very well. I want you to welcome you to Parliament and tell them, myself, I came to Parliament the first time when I was elected. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Gichimu, is he in the House, MP for Gichogo? He's not in the House. He just put in the card and disappeared. The Honorable Martin Olo. Oh, Martin Owino. Are you in the House? Martin Owino. Yes. Proceed. Not for this one. Not on this one. The Honorable... The Honorable... Yes, indeed, I would give an opportunity to Carolio Mondi first. Do you wish to contribute on this, or it's something else that you plugged your card on?
Honorable Speaker, I'm waiting for the next motion, special motion.
Okay, fair enough. The Honorable Deputy Leader of Majority in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I join my friend, the member for Kirinyaga Central, to welcome the very well-dressed and smart students up in the Speaker's Gallery. You're welcome to the National Assembly. To listen and celebrate the moment that you're here. It never happens to everybody that they come to this. So I feel very special, and thank your teachers for making sure you are here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to contribute to this motion and support the appointment of the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which is actually the motion on the floor. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, human rights. Human rights. And I want to take the cue from my educated friend. I don't want to make the educated friend, the Honorable Kaluma. Yes, so I have dissociated myself from that term. My educated friend, Honorable Kaluma. I want to say this. All these things that we have seen and experienced, Honorable Speaker, they rise and fall on issues of human rights. And human rights is what defines a democracy. Kenya as a democracy must continue to remain strong as one that observes human rights, because human rights are people's rights, and people's rights are human rights. So when this lady, Ms. Clarice Awor Oganga, takes over the mantle of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, we expect her to do a good job. During the time when we had the Gen Z riots, there was a lot of conflicting information coming from the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights. They said 60 had been killed. They said 70 had been killed. They are a government body. What was it difficult for them to be able to coordinate with other government agencies so that they be able to give the right information? Honorable Speaker, there are many officers in this country who, when they are given guns and who they're given an opportunity to serve the country, they want to do it without consideration of law, without consideration of the human rights, without consideration of the Constitution. We saw that young man, that young police officer on the streets here in Nairobi, who just stood there, took a gun, shot someone, and this person died, and he walked away. And you wonder, really, then the whole problem comes and say, the president has killed people. The government has killed people. And yet there's this one particular guy who would have upheld the Constitution and say, whatever mistake you have made, I have a duty to arrest you, apprehend you, and take you to a court of law. That is how we respect human rights. The rights of Kenyans are human rights. And whoever is given an opportunity to work in the military, in the forces, in the defense forces, whatever it is, their first duty is to carry the banner of human rights so that they are respected. We do not need human rights activities to remind us about human rights. We should be conscious of human rights as a people, and people who have been given power to superintend over duties for Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. And that is what defines a great democracy. Honorable Speaker, we saw the police officer in the United States, the one who put his knee on the neck of someone. You remember that case? Floyd, it's called Floyd something.
Patterson.
Yes, and that guy died. You know, that black man died. One African man that was killed by a police. It became a whole mess, Honorable Speaker, that cost the President of the United States then, Donald Trump, his seat, just because of that one mistake by one police officer. Honorable Speaker, apart from this Kenya National Human Rights Commission making noise and talking, I want them to be proactive, Honorable Speaker, to go out there, have engagement with police officers, have engagement with officers that are uniformed, and teach them and induct them on the issues of human rights so that we don't get to the level that we got, Honorable Speaker, where a lot of lives are lost because someone thinks the only way to defend a government is by shooting someone. Honorable Speaker, that is not how you defend. That is not how you police. That is not how you superintend over the Constitution and the mandate that you... It is not. It is about upholding even the rights of the thief, Honorable Speaker, because he has rights. The rights of the criminal, he has rights. And those are the things that we want the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights to go out there and do. Educate them. Make sure they follow the law. Let Kenyans know what is happening. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, they need to take the function of education very, very, very seriously, Honorable Speaker. We see a lot of human rights abuses. A lot. By people in power. You see a chief going out there, instead of arresting the Chang'aa brewer, he goes and breaks all the barons, he breaks all the plates, he breaks everything in the home, just because this person is a criminal who is selling Chang'aa, Honorable Speaker. Before a judge has said this guy is a criminal, who are you to say that you're a criminal? This guy is a criminal, and you start beating someone up, Honorable Speaker. We need to observe human rights. And I like what the Honorable Educated Kaluma has said, Honorable Speaker. We are a country that must guard this freedom. We must guard our democracy. We must guard this state, this nation called Kenya, jealously, so that we continue to uphold the unity of our country and our state remains Kenya without being divided by anything. What the Constitution says, Kenya is an indivisible. Is that what it says? Indivisible nation. We can't divide it on tribe. What the moment you start discriminating me on the basis of tribe, Honorable Speaker, you are infringing on my human rights. You are infringing on my human rights. The moment we start saying this tribe is more important than the other, we cannot have a state. This country is proud of its diversity, but is also one indivisible nation. One indivisible nation. And that's why someone from whether minority, whether from a big tribe, whether... I like the appointments that the president has made. I like them. Who he currently is, we have approved, Honorable Speaker, here, the chairman of, not the chairman, the registrar of political parties. One, John Cox Lorionoko. Minority. But West Pokot, he's been given an opportunity to serve this country, Honorable Speaker. Before that would not have happened. Who is the chairman of IBC, Honorable Speaker? A minority again. Everybody must get an equal opportunity to serve this country, whether you come from a big tribe, a small tribe, or no tribe. Honorable Speaker, you must be given an opportunity. because you have the wherewithal, Honorable Speaker, to run an organization. And these are the things that make us Kenya. These are the things that make us Kenya. I want someone from the Shuba. Yes. Very brilliant Karole Omondi, very brilliant lawyer. But if people want to judge you by the tribe, you will be appointed nowhere. Because someone is looking at you from the tribe that you come from, Honorable Speaker. But when we start seeing every Kenyan as a Kenyan, in spite of the tribe that he comes from, Honorable Speaker, that is upholding human rights. You see, I was in Vienna with the lady from Turkana, the women rep. When the appointment of the IBC commissioner was made, I was with her in Vienna, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Women Rep, and we were coming from Hungary, coming into Austria. And this lady was so excited. She was not excited because the person had been appointed was from her place. She was excited because Kenya had for the first time recognized small tribes. And that is where we need to go, Honorable Speaker. We must stop this thing that only one tribe can serve in the cabinet. That one tribe has 10 slots in the cabinet. And the others are left. Honorable Speaker, I look forward to 2027, where every tribe, every small, wherever big or small, will be included in the positions that matter in this country. That's when, Honorable Speaker, we'll be able to build a country, a nation, a state that is together, woven together for the future and prosperity of this country. Honorable Speaker, I support. And if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I would like to request you, because everybody is of similar mind, to request the mover to reply. I thank you.
As a matter of fact, I don't see. I only see Honorable Mboko. Honorable Mboko, you removed your name again. Do you still wish to contribute on this? There being no more person, I don't see any interest from anywhere. Then I will call upon do you want to contribute on the motion, or I call upon the mover to reply? Okay, proceed, Honorable Mboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Human Rights Commission, a very important commission for this country, given that the constitution we are now having, the 2010 constitution promulgated by Mwai Kibaki, was largely founded on two bases. One, governance, really the system of governance, but secondly, the human rights. And human rights took a very center stage on what the Kenyans wanted. And therefore, this is a very important commission, which we expect that as it takes root and the members take oath of office and go to office, will be able to actually guard their center very, very well. The human rights in this country have been in the center stage of all Kenyans. And everybody talks about my rights, my right. And the rights are so broad. Away from the political rights, we have the economic rights, we have the consumer rights, and it's a very broad face. But I noticed that each time we have officers taken to this particular office and center, they only concentrate on one item, which is the political rights and other things around that place. And they forget all the other rights that really they also need to champion and do and talk about. But it's very important that as they do their work, they also consider the fact that all the rights, as we do teach in schools, I'm a teacher, have their limitations. And it's very important that as they propagate those rights, they also talk about the limitations. So that's very easy for the citizenry to be enlightened that there are limits of all the rights that we have. Because sometimes I notice that it's propagated and they make it forcefully move, and without any limitations, then they start infringing also on the rights of other people. So I want to hope that the members and the people who have been proposed to be in this office will do their work diligently and actually rise above the old version of doing it, which was just mainly dealing with the agitation only and not also educating the masses on the limitation of the rights, on other avenues of the rights, and other things that will be done by the citizens of the country so as to be able to move forward. For instance, look at when we sometimes lose matters concerning with taxation. That's a responsibility, for instance, of a citizen. But you'll find they'll never speak about that, because after all, governments are run by those taxes that people do pay. And therefore, I want to wish them the very best and hope that they'll be doing their work diligently. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I would now call upon the mover to reply because there's nobody else who has an interest.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I reply, may I thank the contributors. I think we are in agreement that this is a very important appointment that we have to execute as required by law, and the sentiments expressed as regards our country. This is vitally important that at all times we must ensure that we keep our country united, and political parties must also endeavor to ensure that they do not divide us along community lines, ethnic lines, where parties have only memberships in certain regions, and as a result of which they say, we will use this as bargaining power. Let's form parties that are cross-cutting across the country so that at all points, Kenyans remain one people, under one nation, under one flag, and under one presidency. That is exactly what is being advocated today, and anybody going contrary to that then is not in tandem with what the views of the other Kenyans are. So the registrar of political parties and, the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, you're going to be approved by this House. Do your work seamlessly, courageously. Make sure that Kenyans whose rights are paramount are not trampled upon. With those remarks, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, under the circumstances, I'll now put the question that, taken into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, Section 11 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, Cap 71, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, approves the appointment of Clarice Awor Oganga as the chairperson of Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Will as many as the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, extension of the term of the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act.
My Honorable Jane Kagiri, MP. Please move your motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, aware that the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, enacted in 2000, was designed to enhance economic development and strengthen governance in eligible sub-Saharan African countries by granting duty-free access to the United States of America market, thereby increasing trade and investment. Recognizing that AGOA has played a critical role in expanding trade, attracting investment, and creating employment, especially for low-income workers, thus fostering economic growth and social stability. Concerned that the current extension of the AGOA program, which was granted in 2015, is set to expire in September 2025, posing a serious risk of economic disruption, which will cause job losses of approximately 66,000 Kenyans and many other related indirect job losses, and result in increased poverty across AGOA-dependent sectors in the sub-Saharan region. Noting that women comprise approximately 75% of the direct beneficiaries of AGOA, and that their incomes directly support education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation. Acknowledging that AGOA has significantly boosted African exports to the United States of America, including agricultural products such as coffee, nuts, fruits, and vegetables, amounting to over USD 500 million in 2010, as well as enhancing local textile and cotton industries that have generated thousands of jobs. Further acknowledging that the expiration of the term of AGOA would trigger market uncertainty, deter investment, disrupt supply chains, and adversely impact both African and American businesses that rely on AGOA-linked trade. Cognizant of the fact that AGOA has been greatly beneficial to the United States by supporting supply chain diversification, strengthening bilateral trade ties, and connecting United States of America business to opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area, in brackets AFCFTA. Appreciating that the continued existence of the AGOA framework would enhance the trade and investment prospects for both the United States of America and the eligible countries in Africa. Now, therefore, this House urges the government of Kenya, in collaboration with the government of the United States of America, to pursue an extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, for an additional 16 years until 2041, to safeguard the economic gains, protect livelihoods, and promote long-term stability and prosperity across the African continent, and in the alternative, in the case of non-renewal, there be a transition period of 2 years to develop a trade deal that shall safeguard the businesses and job opportunities in both Kenya and the United States of America. Honorable Speaker, the African Growth Opportunities Agreement is an economic policy that grants eligible countries in sub-Saharan Africa duty-free access to the US market. Honorable Speaker, it is good for us to first ask ourselves the genesis of AGOA was what? AGOA's birth started when the General Tariffs and Trade Agreement was supposed to be reviewed under WTO. And the idea behind it, Honorable Speaker, was to increase membership on WTO. So what economic attaches from the United States of America were told to do is to visit African governments and encourage them to join the WTO. When they visited the African governments, all governments rejected joining because they knew what they had to persevere in between the trade between themselves and the United States of America. In those years, Honorable Speaker, Africa was viewed as a place of charity and not as a potential trade partner. So in that case, Honorable Speaker, if any country from Africa wanted to export to the United States of America in raw form or a primary product, there was no tariff that was charged. But if they tried to value add that product in any way, then they would automatically get escalating tariffs on whatever product that they were going to export to the United States of America. Honorable Speaker, that call for the United States of America realizing and getting to know that they did not have any trade law or trade policy with Africa. And that's how the journey on forming the AGOA agreement began. Honorable Speaker, for AGOA to have been achieved, they are required bipartisan support in the Congress, that is in the United States of America, and fortunately, that was very easy to go by, because the Republicans asked, why is trade good for everyone else apart from Africa? And on the Democrat side, they questioned the exclusion of Africa on trade policy. The spiritual and faith-based organizations, the private sector, as well as the people of America, supported and felt that Africa needed to be included in doing business with America. Honorable Speaker, as the conversation was going on, eventually the America got support from the 48 countries in Africa, and it felt that now the process could continue and continue successfully. The greatest questions the Americans had was if they were going to incur any job losses. And of course, what was introduced to them, they were told this is called trade diversion. Because in America, a jeans cannot be produced at less than $12 US. However, in China, that is possible. So what Americans were told is to allow for Africa to also compete for that same opportunity. And that is how AGOA eventually got its support. And the year 2000, in the month of May, the President, Bill Clinton, signed it into law. And Honorable Speaker, it's good to add that AGOA was achieved through a broad-based engagement. So this also tells us when like minds come together, great things actually happen. Honorable Speaker, as of today, 32 African countries are eligible for AGOA, and of course the eligibility is tested every year and determined by the sitting President of the United States of America, where they check on human rights, they check on workers' rights, they check on the rule of law, as well as open market-oriented economies to ensure that all this is observed for African countries to continue trading with America. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure by now you're asking, what is the benefit of AGOA to Kenya at this particular point? Honorable Speaker, allow me to read. Bedi Investment EPZ Limited employs 11,000 people. United Aryan EPZ Limited employs 10,000 people. Simba Apparel EPZ Limited employs 4,000 people. Mega Apparel EPZ Limited employs 4,400 people. Sorry, employs 6,000 people. Africa Apparel employs 4,400. Mass Intimates employs 3,500. Best Corporation employs 2,500. And Aston Apparel employs 6,000 people. Honorable Speaker, as per those calculations that I've given, the total is already 47,400 people. If I include the new factories that have come up, the total goes up to 66,000 people employed by these jobs. Honorable Speaker, to bring it closer home, I know there are constituencies who our registered voters run into those numbers. So today, if we are not able to get an extension on AGOA, it is synonymous to a whole constituency of registered voters losing their bread and butter or wherever they get their livelihoods from. Honorable Speaker, with AGOA set to expire on 30th September, that is 6 days away from today, we face an economic disruption which will affect a total of 550,000 people. Again, Honorable Speaker, if I would bring it to our local, closer home for us, Laikipia has a population of 550,000 people. So that would mean that is the kind of population that would be affected if we are not able to get the extension by the end of this month. Honorable Speaker, the success of AGOA has been demonstrated through the trade that has occurred so far, and its annual trade is around 500 to 550 million US dollars. And on the American side, 200 to 250 million in annual consumer savings is always achieved every year. Honorable Speaker, going by the policy of America First, I'm sure even as we seek for this extension, America will be wondering what is in it for them. Honorable Speaker, we need to remind them that Kenya is strategically positioned as the gateway to the EAC market. Already we are offering a market of around 180 million consumers, and that would be a ready market for them. Again, Honorable Speaker, if we extend the market to the whole of Africa, that is 1.3 billion people, ready consumers, and ready market for them. So that would create a compelling opportunity for any American investor who would want to come to this country. Let's also not forget, Honorable Speaker, we have our port, which has good facilities. We have the Northern Corridor, Honorable Speaker. We have the skilled Kenyans who are ready to work and serve. And Honorable Speaker, those are just but the many benefits that any investor coming to Kenya would find ready for them. Honorable Speaker, AGOA's 25-year track record, which is marked this year, demonstrates measurable benefits to America. As of today, they've traded US billion 11.3 in good trade deficit with sub-Saharan Africa due to essential oils and minerals and mineral imports. It maintains a USD 7 billion surplus in non-resource goods and 5.5 billion services surplus. That creates an overall positive trade balance for them. Honorable Speaker, in the course of my findings, I came across what we call the African Dream in Action, or let me call it the Kenyan Dream in Action. Picture a young man and a young woman who, due to systemic barriers, have been unable to pursue education and end up becoming lawyers, engineers, or even doctors. Honorable Speaker, these two young people work to an AGOA exporting company and eventually are lucky to get jobs. They get very excited and look forward to a good future. Honorable Speaker, as they're settling into their new roles, they form a bond, start thinking about a family, and start planning their future together. Today, Honorable Speaker, when I stand here, those are the kind of scenarios that we're having in these EPZ AGOA exporting companies, where we have families that now are wondering if the extension is not extended, what is going to happen to them. Honorable Speaker, that is just a scenario of an employee who now has to worry about their livelihood. Let's go to the investor story. Honorable Speaker, after this law was signed in the year 2000, very many ambitious men and women came into Kenya as investors, and some were already local investors. When they decided to pursue the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, they put in their resources, they put in their time, and they put in their energy. With expectations that the business was going to work out well for them. In the first 5 to 7 years, of course, it was a trial and error phase, which some succeeded and some had to close down because of the losses they incurred. Honorable Speaker, let's not forget the 2008 financial crisis that occurred, and demand for products actually went down. Honorable Speaker, let's not forget COVID-19, where all these factories were supposed to close, and of course they were low on business during that period. Again, Honorable Speaker, this is a sad story we're experiencing today of people who don't know about their future because of the lack of this extension. Honorable Speaker, the third scenario I'm going to give is that major US retailers and brands plan their sourcing for goods 12 to 18 months in advance. That is because of the seasons that they bring in their products. Honorable Speaker, with the uncertainty that has been there, it is certain that our people have lost up to $67 million because there is no buyer who is going to engage a supplier whom he's not assured of his priority access to the US market. So, Honorable Speaker, what is happening to our local factories is that they're actually losing business, and it's likely that they'll never get these clients ever again, because the minute they try an alternative market, it is likely that they'll get tempted to remain with that market. Honorable Speaker, that is the third scenario, and we need to consider what our people are going through. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I ask myself as a Kenyan, what must we do to improve the environment in this country? The first thing, Honorable Speaker, looking at the last statement that I brought about of the loss in business that our local factories are experiencing, I believe as a country we should never wait until the last minute for us to go negotiate for an extension. This should have been done earlier, and this is a great lesson that we're supposed to learn from today. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we have to ensure that we have to keep supporting this, the AGOA agreement, because it also helps us improve on our balance of trade, a balance of payment, which of course enhances our credit score, Honorable Speaker. We have to also, it's also helping us ensure more consumption of our raw materials, especially like cotton, so that needs to be encouraged. Honorable Speaker, we have so many investors, both local and international, who want to come and put up factories in our country. However, we have so much bureaucracy and we have so many bottlenecks. We cannot be an increased challenge to businesses that are already struggling. So that is something that we have to also look into. Again, Honorable Speaker, we have what we call technology transfer. We do not expect that anybody working at these EPZ factories remains a worker. We also expect them to try to get that knowledge transferred and eventually become employers or even own their own factories just as those. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, our hope and prayer is that we are going to get the extension of the 16 years, and even if not that, at least we get a 2 years transition period. Honorable Speaker, however, in my personal view, I believe our government should seek for a lasting solution, because I have been an entrepreneur. And I don't understand how somebody can plan a strategy for their company with 16 years in view. Of course, those companies are not operating at optimum because there are those uncertainties on whether it's going to be renewed or it's not going to be renewed. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the framework, I would want to state that in conclusion, we already have an existing framework. The benefits have been proven, just as I've spoken. It is now our duty to ensure those who have been benefiting don't lose on the benefits, because their loss is equally going to be our loss. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg Honorable Karoli Omondi, an astute lawyer, member for Suba South, to second this motion. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by congratulating the Honorable Lady and for bringing this special motion and in asking me to second it. Honorable Speaker, AGOA was actually supposed to substitute aid, because for a very long time, African countries had been arguing that we should move from aid to trade. And it had been very difficult for the African countries, who are mainly producing raw materials and agricultural goods, to access the world's biggest economy, which was the US market, because of various trade barriers or restrictive measures that were in place in that economy. And for a long time, Africans, instead of walking around the Western world with begging bowls, they were asking that the trade environment be made favorable so they could export more into the American market. Because what they were facing were tariffs, high taxes, high levies on their imports, but also subsidies on the American local goods that would make the African imports less competitive. And there were also quotas. Africans were being restricted to quotas, quantitative restrictions as to how much they could export. And there were also non-tariff barriers, regulations and quality standards that would make it very difficult to sell into the American market. So over the years, Africans agitated within the multilateral framework that we should focus more on trade and not aid. So in 2000, the US Congress enacted the African Growth and Opportunity Act, which was supposed to give more access to the US market for African produced goods. They have something they call generalized system of preference programs, which allows about 5,000 African goods to enter the American market. But under AGOA, an additional 1,800 products were added, mostly on from the extractive industry, but as well as the agricultural and textile and apparel. And the difference is amazing. In the 25 years that AGOA has been in place, the imports or the trade volumes between Africa and US have grown 500%. In fact, at the peak, it would be about $12 billion a year. And cumulatively, it came to about 1% of the US global trade, which was quite significant. And the leading African countries, of the 34 that have been participating in AGOA, South Africa was number 1, the top 5. Nigeria was 2, Ghana was 3. Kenya was actually number 4, followed by Madagascar and Angola. And Kenya, at the peak, exported about $650 million, mainly apparel and textiles, out of here, employing 66,000 people. That is what is at stake here. Now, President Clinton, because of the usual local politics, gave it a lifespan of 15 years from 2000. And you remember in 2009, Kenya actually hosted the AGOA forum here. And then 15 years after inception, it was extended for another 10 years. And it is now coming to an abrupt end. Okay, we knew about it. But I say abrupt because what has shocked me, I've not heard of a transition plan by the Kenya government. What will they do when AGOA comes to an end in about a week's time? What will they do with 66,000 people employed in those industries that have benefited from AGOA? And to make matters worse, I've not even heard the East African Union, the East African Community, I've not heard COMESA, I've not heard African Union as a collective talk about this. And we all know that world trade, bilateral negotiations by individual African countries will take you nowhere. It is a multilateral system that works for Africa and the developing countries. So the first thing we would really want to hear from the government is, what is the transition plan? What are they going to do with all these people who are going to lose their jobs, the companies that are going to be closed? Because we should have thought about this much, much deeply and acted quickly and decisively. And today, we are experiencing commercial diplomacy in the US. There's a new administration that does not seem to believe in multilateralism much. And I'm very confident they are not paying a lot of attention to this. But as Africans, I think we need to find a way of insisting on this. And also impress upon the US that AGOA was a very useful soft diplomatic tool for them because of the things that came about with it. As part of the eligibility conditionalities, countries were required to enhance, good governance, support human rights, combat poverty, eliminate trade barriers for US goods as well, combat corruption, and practice political pluralism. Without AGOA, all these soft tools for US foreign policy will go away. And I'm also worried that the more jobs we lose in Africa, the more immigration crisis will emanate, because more people, human beings, will tend to follow the money. And the US may think winding up AGOA and causing massive job losses in Africa will not affect them. But the reality is that there'll be a lot of economic migration to the Western Hemisphere. And they need to look at this very keenly. And if you also look at it from the American perspective, it has benefited the economy substantially. So it is a two-way traffic. But we seem to be coming on it too late in the day. But I think we should not just let AGOA collapse without an alternative or without a transition. So I strongly support this motion, and hopefully that the government on its own here will give us a transition plan for AGOA fairly soon as to what we will do with 66,000 people who are going to lose jobs, factories that are going to be closed, and the instability, the economic and social instability that will come with that. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you very much.
Yeah, who's seconding? Oh, you have seconded now. I'll have to propose. Honorable members, I now propose I have it. Don't worry, the Speaker is not tired. Honorable members, I now propose. Aware that the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, enacted in 2000 was designed to enhance economic development and strengthen governance in eligible sub-Saharan African countries by granting duty-free access to the United States of America market, thereby increasing trade and investment. Recognizing that AGOA has played a critical role in expanding trade, attracting investment, and creating employment, especially for low-income workers, thus fostering economic growth and social stability. Concerned that the current extension of the AGOA program, which was granted in 2015, is set to expire in September 2025, posing a serious risk of economic disruption, will cause job losses of approximately 66,000 Kenyans and many other related indirect job losses, and result in increased poverty across AGOA-dependent sectors in the sub-Saharan region. Noting that women comprise approximately 75% of the direct beneficiaries of AGOA, and that their incomes directly support education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation, acknowledging that AGOA has significantly boosted African exports to the United States of America, including agricultural products such as coffee, nuts, fruits, and vegetables, amounting to over US dollars 500 million in 2020, as well as enhancing local textile and economic industries and cotton industries that have generated thousands of jobs. Further acknowledging that the expiration of the term of AGOA would trigger market uncertainty, deter investment, disrupt supply chains, and adversely impact both African and American businesses that rely on AGOA-linked trade. Cognizant of the fact that AGOA has been greatly beneficial to the United States by supporting supply chain diversification, strengthening bilateral trade ties, and connecting United States of America businesses to opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Appreciating that the continued existence of the AGOA framework would enhance the trade and investment prospects for both the United States of America and the eligible countries in Africa. Now, therefore, this House urges the government of Kenya, in collaboration with the government of the United States of America, to pursue an extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, for an additional 16 years until the year 2041 to safeguard the economic gains, protect livelihoods, and promote long-term stability and prosperity across the African continent. And in the alternative, in the case of non-renewal, there be a transition period of 2 years to develop a trade deal that shall safeguard the businesses and job opportunities in both Kenya and the United States of America. Honorable members, I have the Honorable KJ. KJ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's ever a pleasure on these afternoons when you are on the seat, Mr. Speaker, and on such a day when we are discussing such a critical matter that is of great benefit to two countries that have a history of great cooperation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I ought to start by congratulating the Honorable Jane Kagiri for bringing such an important matter to the floor of the House, where it belongs, where this debate should be. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are debating this quite late in the day. When we talk about a deadline of September 30th, we are talking about 6 days. So this is a matter of national concern, of national interest that goes beyond even our borders in terms of geopolitical cooperation. Mr. Speaker, in moving, the Honorable County MP for Laikipia has unpacked, benefits untold, that even as we speak today, AGOA has been able to open up duty-free access to over 6,000 products, Mr. Speaker. And these products include apparel, as we have seen in places like Athi River. They include ICT. They include handicrafts. They include our agricultural produce, including coffee. And so, Mr. Speaker, this country reviewing the AGOA agreement 20 years on, we can only count the benefits, Mr. Speaker. It is quite sad that we are debating this 6 days to the deadline, and I'm praying that there shall be a remedy that shall come in to extend these by 15 years. And if that is not possible, then, Mr. Speaker, the ask here is for an extension of 2 years. And, Mr. Speaker, why this afternoon becomes so important is because as we speak today, the head of state is actually in the US. And my prayer is that as Parliament is debating these on the floor of the House this afternoon, that the government, led by no less than the head of state, shall be engaging on this issue of AGOA, because as we have been told, Mr. Speaker, we stand a great risk of losing so many jobs, around 66,000 jobs directly, and more than 500,000 jobs indirectly that have been offered by this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Kenya and the US have a long-standing, great relationship. We have had great diplomacy between us, and it was even fortified by this trade diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, I know you're one of the biggest proponents of decolony, Mr. Speaker. That anybody who wants to be a friend of Africa today, anybody who wants to assist Africa today, Africa does not require aid. Africa does not need the help that we have traditionally got from the West. The best way to be a friend of Africa, the best way to be a friend of Kenya is to support us with mutually beneficial endeavors. And trade is one such. When we look at AGOA 15 years down the line, 25 years down the line, Mr. Speaker, we see benefits that are accruing on both sides. Kenya benefits from direct jobs created. We benefit from a good transfer of skills and knowledge. At the same time, America stands to benefit in a great way. We know that trade balance dictates that you are not over-reliant on one supplier. And the United States, that has had an over-reliance on Asian economies, gets an opportunity with this AGOA to be able to have a competitive trade environment where they can get quality, affordable products from a place like Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, when you see what is happening in the apparel industry, in the agricultural sector, it is impressive. But in today's world, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a new world that is driven by technology. And Mr. Speaker, with AGOA, Kenya stands to benefit greatly from a country that is a leader in technology, knowing what is happening in places like Silicon Valley, where the big tech giants sit, the big tech giants that are coding the code that is running the world today and into the future. We know what data is doing to the world today. We know the power of algorithms in our digital platforms and our social media. So America stands to benefit in the space of ICT. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the US does stand to benefit in that, as we speak today, big tech companies from America, name them, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, all of them have offices domiciled in Kenya, not only for the benefit of the Kenyan market, but also as an entry point into the East African market and even the African market. And as such, US gains a great advantage on having its companies benefiting from an economy that is a growing economy in the Southern Hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has been seeking to stop being a net importer. And AGOA was heaven sent. We must say a big thank you to the government of Kenya and the government of America, because what benefits have been accruing are now showing 25 years on in both economies, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do support the motion brought here by Honorable Jane Kagiri, and I pray that her people in Laikipia are seeing the person that they send to Parliament. Because when you're sent to the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, you're not sent here to be parochial or to be dealing with just matters within your constituency or your village. You should be sent to Parliament with a mind that speaks patriotically, but also has a global outlook on matters and issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do stand to support this, and I do stand also to congratulate the Honorable Jane Kagiri for such a motion that is so timely. And I do pray, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament will move government to be able to negotiate well enough for us to get an extension of at least 15 years, Mr. Speaker. And if that is not possible, Mr. Speaker, then there should be a transition, at least 2 years, so that any person involved in this trade, involved in this business, has time to organize for contingent measures that can be taken at the expiry of the AGOA agreement. Mr. Speaker, I do support, and it is in the benefit of Kenya, it is in the benefit of the United States of America, it is in the benefit of their people, their traders, and their businesses, and the good cooperation of these two great countries if we could get an extension of AGOA. Mr. Speaker, I do thank you.
The Honorable Basil, followed by the Honorable Dena. Order, or the Honorable Dena. Basil first.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I was waiting to contribute to the motion from my sister, Honorable Kagiri. This is a very essential motion, and I would say why I'm saying that. Because if you look at our country today, we're actually grappling with unemployment. And it's through AGOA that we'll be able to generate employment locally in the country. If you look at what is happening globally, at the global space, you find there are quite a number of illegal immigrants who are trying to go to the United States, actually to look for employment. But through AGOA, you'll be able to generate these jobs here. Honorable Kagiri did provide analysis of how jobs are being generated for Kenyans right in the country. We talk of export processing zone that has employed quite a number of Kenyans, and more so women. So that is an opportunity generated by AGOA, and that's why we support the renewal of AGOA, actually to be able to enhance and expand opportunities for Kenyans right here in the country. Mr. Speaker, another very important point is actually foreign exchange. As just Honorable KJ has talked about Kenya being a net importer of most of the goods we use. Through AGOA, we are given an opportunity to enter the US market, to be able to generate foreign exchange, to be able to have a healthy balance of trade. Because when you have more value of exports as opposed to imports, that is a positive balance of trade. And that can only be realized through AGOA, Kenya being, that is the contract being extended for Kenya to continue driving benefits through AGOA, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are talking of industrial growth. We are in a world where industrialization is so salient in the modern world. If you look at China and advanced, many of the Asian tigers, they use the same approach to be able to industrialize, where they attracted investors right in their countries. Through AGOA, we are going to be able to attract many investors who are going to come and set base here in Kenya. And it is through that we'll be able to be on the path to industrialization. So that's why I'm saying this is a very important motion, which I stand to support, Mr. Speaker. We have heard about knowledge, technology transfer. Remember, for you to export in the US, there are certain standards. There are certain parameters that have to be met. And the standard, one of it is quality in terms of the product that you produce. And for you to reach that, there is training, capacity building, knowledge transfer from the US investors to the local Kenyans who will be employed by some of these companies. And this is so important for sustainability and the resilience building as we move forward as a nation, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, economic empowerment for women, because as I've said, most of the people who benefit from this, particularly the SMEs, women in small, medium enterprises who own some of these companies, they actually diversify their income. And these are very solid model of economic empowerment when you talk of empowering women to be able to sustain families for current and future generations, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Kenya has been relying on traditional exports. We talk of tea and coffee. But through AGOA, we have diversified. We talk of textile products. So economic diversification is realized through AGOA. And that's why this is a motion that all members should stand up and support. It's only that is unfortunate, the House looks a bit empty, but I wish many members could be here to be able to come and enjoy the debate, Mr. Speaker. Now, to be able to support my arguments, there are better ways to also promote exports through AGOA. That is, if the contract is extended, and that is what we are advocating for. One of it is to give tax credits to factories that are set in base in Kenya. If you give tax credit, you attract many factories to come and establish their operations right in the country. And this is a model that has been used by the United States back from 1981, when we had the President Ronald Reagan, who was the president then. He used a model of giving tax credit to factories who have now set base in the US. And that's why today everyone wants to go to the US. So we need to do that. Again, we need to support agriculture. I'm happy we have been talking of subsidized agriculture. Subsidized fertilizers to promote agriculture and to promote production. Remember, agriculture has been the backbone of this country. And most of what we are talking in AGOA products, they're agriculture-based products. So if we promote agriculture by appropriating budget properly to be able to support production in terms of raw materials, then we'll be on the right path to make sure AGOA indeed works for the country. Importantly, we need to lower the cost of electricity, because doing business in Kenya is a bit expensive because there's taxes in the electricity grid. If we reduce cost of taxes in electricity, we'll be able to ensure many foreign companies that come to Kenya find it easy to do business in Kenya. We also need to minimize bureaucracies in certain companies so as to be able to ensure there is a proper win for companies to come and set operations here and promote the partnership through AGOA. And that is the better way to thrive more as a country through AGOA partnership. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, we need to base our arguments by showcasing how Kenya has benefited in the previous years, from 2000 to now. We are talking of 25 years. And that will give us a solid platform to be able to advocate why the United States should actually renew this contract and allow our country to continue partnering with it. With those few remarks, I allow myself to support the motion, and I'm happy for the future policy making or any legislation that will be done. I'm happy to support my sister in that. Thank you so much.
Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion, and I think, in my opinion, it's even too late, and it has come too late. One of the factors is we have to know the genesis of the AGOA, why it was started. It was about mostly the African continent, and by now 32 countries were approved, and with that it has already brought about 60,000 employment, and mostly women. When you do 60,000 times about 100 families, that's you're talking about 600,000. In particularly for me, I talk about the cost. If AGOA has already changed cities, if you look, I think Honorable Mwinyi is here, you look at Changamwe, the population of the textile industries there is enough. It is like 3,000 voters. It is enough people to make somebody an MCA. Second, it's about AGOA, it's about AI. There's transfer of technology. the world is going to technology. We are talking about technology exchange in terms of defense. We are seeing in all other countries. These days, people don't go to war. It is technology. With this, we are going to have that exchange of technology. Then we come to agriculture. We come to weather. It's all AI. The world is going there, and I think that's a very important part now. Two, it's about, I want to raise a point to my brothers here. We should notice that all the balls in the World Cup were made here. Half were made in Kitengela, half were made in Meritini and Changamwe. That made the balance of payment to increase. Third is when we look at when we had the COVID and now, there's a company in Mtwapa which has signed an agreement for the production of incubators for the American system, which is worth about 7 billion. Right now we are producing syringes also in Mtwapa on the same terms of AGOA because of the market of the American market. Three, I will want to emphasize on the issue of jobs. If we lose these jobs in a place like Mariakani, a place like Mazeras, where I come from, the towns will be completely bad. What does it mean? Insecurity. What does it mean for the American society? These people will look for alternative ways as a human being. That is the core aspect of the American government now on the immigration. So if we want to stop this also, they need to look at that point. Three, we have just spoken today about land use. And I come to the agricultural part. Added value. That was the meaning of AGOA. The core aspect was for the African countries to be able to add value to their produce. Now, we have just talked about land use. We have to look and be broader and see where are we going to take our products. So, in my opinion, I think it's coming too late. We are a bit late, and I want to congratulate Jane Kagiri, because I think it's coming late, but it's not timely. Mainly because the president is there and the bilateral agreements are being signed. We need to look at it. But what I want to emphasize more, I think we shouldn't look at 2 years. In my opinion, the 16 years, it's good. And that's what we hope for. But I think for the extension, maybe even if, let's say, the worst comes to the worst, I think we should look for about 3 years. Because a business needs to expand, and business needs a strategic plan. You can't say those people who have come here, they will just need 2 years and then you close shop, you close business. So I think we should look, in my opinion, for more than 3 years. But we are aiming for the 16 years. So I will just want to emphasize and appeal to the American government and our government. Through good relationship, we'll be able to extend, because we are looking at a crisis with the young people increasing and the unemployment and the future of the young people. Thank you. So I stand to, and I support Jane, and thank you. Now, as if you're in your home, I will ask for 2 terms.
The Honorable GK. GK. Proceed.
Please give me the mic.
Next. Oh, yeah, okay, you got it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my colleague, Honorable Jane Kagiri, for coming up with this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, AGOA, as we know it, has employed thousands of Kenyans, and it is a tool, a very important tool for socio-economic transformation in this country. Honorable Speaker, for our women and our youth to grow and to access education, to access health care, better health care, and to access a better life, we need to plead with the American government to give us a good extension of the AGOA Pact. Honorable Speaker, AGOA is not just for trade, but it is an instrument for global political economy, where the American government stands to benefit a lot from its cooperation with African countries in a way that deepens our relationships and in a way that enhances the cooperation that we have with the United States government. Honorable Speaker, it would be a very sad day if AGOA came to an abrupt end, disrupting lives and disrupting businesses, which will throw away the gains, the major gains that we have achieved through this very important instrument of trade. Honorable Speaker, in the absence of better trade between nations, there is no way we will be able to grow our partnerships and to enhance the living standards of the people of the both countries, that is United States and Kenya. Specifically Kenya, Honorable Speaker, Kenya is a growing economy, and with the support of the American opportunities of trade with the American government, we stand to grow at a better rate, where the human life of our country stands to flourish and to for us, so that we are able to also live a good life. And we don't have, when we have a good life here, Honorable Speaker, we don't have to send our people to United States. Our people will not be keen to travel to the United States for better opportunities. AGOA will have availed to us that opportunity here, so that we will be traveling to America and other countries, other developed countries, as visitors, to go and exchange ideas, to go and better our education, and so that and that way, Honorable Speaker, we will have mutual respect, we have better respect for each other, and our people, that is the people of America and the people of Kenya, will view each other as friends and not as opportunists in any way. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support Honorable Jane Kagiri, and wish that the American government will consider, if not for any other reason, our women and our children who derive their livelihood from this very good pact. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Murugara, followed by the MP Fondiwa. Proceed, Murugara.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to also voice my support for this particular motion, a very important motion. And thank you, Honorable Jane Kagiri, the woman member of parliament for Laikipia. I echo the sentiments of Honorable KJ regarding the people of Laikipia and exactly what they find in their member of parliament, especially in terms of quality of what is brought to this house, including this particular motion, urging two states to extend an agreement which, in our view, is extremely beneficial to the people of Kenya and also to the people of America, the United States of America. The agreement is actually bilateral in as much as it also touches on other sub-Saharan countries in Africa. Usually the sub-Saharan countries are what are termed as third world countries or undeveloped countries. And sometimes when they want to be pleasant to us, they say we are developing. But for sure, the categorization is that we are undeveloped, and therefore we need much of this so that we are also able to start moving towards where the other nations of the world are. It is very, very important that this agreement is taken care of. It's an agreement that has lasted 25 years, as a result of which we Kenyans have found fruit in its execution. AGOA being the growth of opportunity, and those opportunities are limitless. It depends on what you have to do in the economic zones, and especially zones that are found in Nairobi and possibly other major cities, which zones we now plead that if there is any extension, they should also go to the rural constituencies, so that we are also able to see some of the works that fall under AGOA going to the rural areas, and especially agricultural produce. We know very well there is a lot that we produce here, which is of high value to the American people, which they would actually import while we export that particular produce. And if there is anything that is to be imported from America, which is of great use to the people in the rural areas, then again, we should also be beneficiaries just like the city dwellers. We know for ICT, it's important have to benefit from equipment that is going to come from the American country. It's also important to note the number of people employed under AGOA. In fact, this is people involved in manufacturing, leave alone by extension those employed in the agricultural sector. In the economic zones, some of them are free economic zones, we have over 66,000 Kenyans working here, and it is worth noting that 75% of that labor force is actually women. And if it is women, these become the direct beneficiaries of this agreement, and the incomes derived therefrom, as you very well know, are used in such important matters in our country, such as education, support, healthcare, and poverty alleviation. And this is where it's always said that ladies are able to plan for their monies better than men. I usually don't buy to that, but sometimes there may be credence in what is being said in this motion, and I would want for once to swim along with this proposition that if 75% of the beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries of AGOA are women, then that income is actually vital for the building of the economy of the country and also for sustaining our livelihoods and alleviating poverty in the country. It's important that we also acknowledge that for the Americans, it's important we have this bilateral agreement coming along so that we continue to strengthen the relations between the two countries. We know for sure that there is a great imbalance of trade between America and Kenya, purely because the economies are miles apart. But that imbalance, however big it is, may also be of great benefit to us, because we have to have an economy being sustained, and that sustenance would not be coming from anywhere else apart from bilateral agreements such as this one, which promote production, which promote manufacturing, and also promote export of goods. And therefore, today, as we speak, I'm sorry that we have only 6 days to go. But this is good enough time for there to be either interim measures or to conclude a full agreement extension. And here we are asking for 16 years or 15 years, whatever number. And if there is no extension, then we can have a transition clause negotiated as quickly as it can be, so that we have 2 years to develop a trade agreement or a trade deal between America and Kenya. It's important because we should not allow that vacuum to ever set in, because we shall now be looking, I don't know to where. Sometimes they tell us, look to the east, you may be able to find better friends from there. We do not know. But also, instead of looking east, let's look east so that we get other agreements which are as good as the AGOA agreement. Once this is in place, we have all these partners coming in to trade with us, coming in over to set industries, and also we import to them what we locally produce here, and all this is for the advantage and the benefit of our country. And as we do this, we have said that let's also look at what we have, including the proposals we had yesterday, that we may have some certain entities in this country which would be better off when they are in the hands of private investors instead of being in the hands of government, where they are non-performing, where they are loss-making, where there is nothing much to point to apart from miserable profits. While if these are actually put in the hands of private investors, then the country stands to reap big. Not in anything else, even in taxes. Because whenever I go to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, I look at it and ask, what is international about this airport? Especially when you go out there, you are in Dubai, you are in Qatar, Amsterdam, or anywhere else. It's the high time we as Kenyans started thinking big, not small. We must also move away from the cocoon that we are undeveloped, and somebody else is going to come from out there to develop us. We are the only ones who can actually develop ourselves by putting into place measures. And I commend the government because an attempt is actually being made to move away, to have what is called a paradigm shift, so that we move away from the old traditional ways of doing things to saying we must bite the bullet and we must start thinking forward, so that in another 50 years, there is no reason whatsoever why our country should not join the league of nations which are developed. With those remarks, I urge the House to agree with Honorable Jane Kagiri, and we actually approve this motion, and we urge our government to move the speed and ensure that either the AGOA agreement is extended for another 16 years or whatever number of years the countries bilaterally agree, or it's got a transition clause of 2 years, and then we can engage the Americans to ensure that in place there is no interregnum, there is no vacuum. It is business as usual. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
MP Fondiwa, followed by Omar Mwinyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is a very important motion. And the Speaker, is very rewarding if the mover of the motion can lay bare all the benefits in the way Jane Kagiri has articulated. Therefore, I will not belabor much on the benefits of this motion because it's laid bare right here. But I want to say one thing is that the AGOA has about 5 aspects. Aspect number 1, which is very important and critical, is the issue of duty-free access. You can imagine if our goods are subjected to tariff the way it is. We cannot make a move. The other aspect which is very important is promotion of trade. Right now we have trade imbalance with AGOA, but it's reduced to about $57 million. How about if AGOA was not there? Those trade imbalances brings trade deficiency. The other aspect which is important is bilateral trade. Now, we may see the benefit that AGOA brings as jobs, yes, promotion of local industries, EZ, but I had a chance to live there in the US. And what is very important to Kenyans is to get access to the Kenyans' goods, whether it is textile or food, whatever it is. So as we benefit here, there is also dignity of consumption out there. And as they consume, they also participate in bringing back hard currency here. So it's a win-win situation, which is a very good thing for us. AGOA expanded trade, it created development. It's also created jobs, as was said here, and women are the beneficiaries. Sir George, if you doubt, women are best managers of money. In fact, the best moving banks in this world as we speak. So please live with that. It's a reality. Also, suppose, Speaker, I think this we may take seriously. I have the chair of trade next to me here, my friend Shinali. How come we did not have a ZISA to monitor when these agreements, these acts we make in this house are about to lapse? So that Jen Kagiri just catches when it's about 6 days to. Can we have a sensor that checks all our bilateral, especially trade-related acts which we make here, to follow them when they want to expire, if they're not doing well, amendments and all that. So maybe my friend Shinalu can digest on that. On my side, the reduction of poverty by creation of these jobs we have said is very important. Why? Right now, if you go in the indices, you will see how poverty plays a great role in disease, in deaths, in mental health, in so many things that are negative to the human livelihood. So anything that may take away even one job as a house here, we should be very sensitive. As a government, we should be double sensitive to it. So 66,000 jobs are at stake here. What I'm not sure, Honorable Jen Kagiri, if, I think it was also alluded by Dana, if the 2 years transitional period is enough. If it is not enough, maybe we need to analyze that very well. If it is not enough, we may go for a longer period, knowing who is in the seat over there. We don't know how they are going to react to this. Lastly, in Homa Bay, we are starting on our EPZ, and I think this is going to bring the rural economy up, and we are promoting the cotton and cotton textile, small industries. All this without AGOA will be a dead thing. So for as much as the Nairobians and urban areas are enjoying the EPZ, we want to extend this to the rural areas. And when this can anchor well in rural areas, we are sure of uplifting the livelihood of Kenyans in those areas. Long time ago, Honorable Speaker, the whites were here, and where they were settling were the urban areas. And when we took over, we followed the same. I think the idea of EPZ in going rural is a well-fetched thought and should be supported. So I sit down to say thank you, Jen Kagiri. This is wonderful, and I urge my colleagues, please support this, and let's say less and pass it so that it can be implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Omar Mwinyi, followed by the MP for Nyeri Town.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii pia niweze kuchangia katika mswada huu ambao ni muhimu sana na umekuja katika wakati ambao ni mwafaka, ingawaje tumechelewa kidogo. Napenda kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Kagiri kwa kuleta mswada huu wa kutaka kurefusha maisha ama muda wa hii biashara ambao sisi kama nchi ya Kenya tunafanya na taifa la Amerika kwa mpango wa AGOA. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati ambao mswada huu umekuja, tutasema umechelewa, lakini wazungu wanasema better late than never. Na kusema kweli, hii biashara ya AGOA, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni biashara ambayo imeweza kusaidia pakubwa sana katika kuwapatia jamii at least hope ama tamaa ya kuwa bado wanaweza kuishi na kuweza kuendeleza jamii pamoja na kufanya mambo ambayo watu wengine wanafanya japo kwa uchache. Tukumbuke zamani, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika eneo langu la Changamwe tulikuwa na viwanda vingi sana. Kimoja kilikuwa kinatengeza viberiti, kulikuwa na Kenya Rayon wanatengeneza bedsheet, towels, kulikuwa na viwanda vingi sana. Kwa bahati mbaya tulivifunga viwanja vyote hivi, na baadaye hii biashara ya AGOA ikaleta tena kuregesha kwa viwanda. Na ukweli kuna economy ilikuwa inaitwa kadogo economy. Kadogo economy, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni uchumi ambao ulikuwa hawa wafanyikazi wa EPZ kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, na pesa zao zilivyokuwa ni kidogo, lakini wakaweza kuendeleza maisha yao kulingana na yale mapato ambao walikuwa wanapata. Hata ikaja yule unga mdogo, kama unakumbuka Mheshimiwa Spika, wa kilo moja, ili ambaye anafanya kazi aweze kununua, na ikaenda namna hiyo, watu wakawa wanaishi. Biashara nyingi ziliweza kufunguka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Biashara za mitumba, kwa sababu hizo nguo ni nafuu. Biashara za manyumba ya kupangisha zikaweza pia vile vile kufunguka. Watoto wakaweza kuingia mashule, wazazi wakaweza kuendesha familia zao, na kwa hakika furaha ikaingia ndani ya majumba mengi. Na swala hili lilipoanza kuzungumzwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, lilileta tetesi katika viwanda, ambapo watu wakawa wanahofu ya kwamba huenda pengine wakakosa ajira. Na usisahau Mheshimiwa Spika, kuja kwa mpango huu wa AGOA, mbali na kuwa uliweza kuzalisha nafasi za kazi, kulitokea pia vile vile na nafasi nyingi pia vile vile kama vyama vya wafanyikazi. Hii pia ilikuwa inaongeza ajira. Kukawa na kampuni za meli ambao zinasafirisha hii bidhaa kutoka kule nje na kuleta hapa, na kutoka hapa mali ambayo imemalizika kutengenezwa kupelekwa zile sehemu ambazo kwa zinaenda. Sasa hapo katikati kuna biashara nyingi sana zikaweza kustawi kwa sababu ya mpango huu wa AGOA. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wana wasiwasi kwa wakati huu ambao tuendelea kuzungumza mambo haya. Mfano, wale wawekezaji wengine wao wameanza kuonyesha dalili kama ambao wanahama, kwa kuwa wanaanza kufungua mashini zao wakizihamisha, na hawawaelezei wafanyikazi wao ni kuna nini ambao yafanyika. Wafanyikazi wamekuwa na wasiwasi. Sasa kwa ufupi, inaleta kidogo hali ya mtafaruku katika hivi viwanda kwa wakati huu tunavyozungumza, kwa sababu wamefanya kazi kwa miaka mingi, hawana hakika, pengine hawatalipa hata pesa zao za miaka na mambo kama haya. Kama alivyozungumza mheshimiwa, ingekuwa bora katika mikataba hii ambao sisi tunaandikishana na nchi marafiki, kungekuwako na vipengele vya kulinda yani haki zetu, hata kama sisi ni nchi maskini. Itakuwa sawa kuwa mtu aweze kuamua tu wakati mmoja kuwa ikifika tarehe hii mimi nitakuwa nafunga hii biashara, ambapo biashara hiyo inategemewa na watu katika sekta mbalimbali za kiuchumi. Na pia vile vile sisi upande wa serikali tungekuwa tunao wataalamu ambao wanafuatilia hii mikataba ili isitukatikie kwa ghafla kama hivi ambavyo tunaona. Mheshimiwa Spika, upande wa elimu, wengi katika hii biashara ama wanafanyikazi huko wamesomesha watoto wao mpaka katika universities, na hii pesa kidogo ambao wanapata hapa, kama alivyozungumza msemaji aliyetangulia, wanawake ni ni mameneja wazuri wa pesa. Ile pesa kidogo wanapata, wanaweza kujenga manyumba yao ambao wanaishi, na pia vile vile wanaweza kusomesha watoto wao mpaka wakafika university, wakisaidiwa na hizi bursary ambazo huwa tunatoa. Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kuwasifu wanawake kwa sababu kusema kweli bila wao hili taifa letu na mataifa mengi hayawezi kustawi. Sababu wao ndio wanaozuia uchumi wa nchi yetu na nchi nyingi pia vile vile. Katika viwanda hivi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna pia timu za michezo kama timu za football, timu za volleyball na timu za michezo mingine ambayo inasapotiwa na hivi viwanda. Hata wengine wameajiriwa kwa sababu wao ni wachezaji wazuri wa mchezo kama kandanda, mchezo kama volleyball, wameweza kupata kazi na hizi kampuni ambazo leo zina hatari kuwa pengine ziweze kufungwa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tutaomba waheshimiwa wote ambao hawajalizungumzia swala hili waweze kuliunga mkono na kuishindikiza serikali pia vile vile waweze kujadiliana na nchi husika ambayo ni Marekani, watuangalie kwa jicho la huruma, kwa sababu wakati tunaoishi ni wakati mgumu sana, ambapo ajira ni tatizo kubwa sana, na lau tutaweza kufunga hii biashara ambayo tuizungumzia ya AGOA, basi itasababisha maafa makubwa ambayo yatamwathiri kila mwananchi wa Kenya, si ati wale ambao wanafanya kazi peke yao. Watu wote ambao wanategemea uchumi huu pia watakuwa wameathirika. Hivyo twaomba serikali yetu kupitia rais wetu waweze kuliomba taifa la Marekani waweze kuliangalia swala hili kwa undani zaidi, ili waweze kurefusha huu mkataba usonge mbele na itiliwe namna ambayo itadhibitiwa, isilete mtafaruku kwa wakati wote ambao tutakuwa twafanya shughuli hizi. Na vile vile tuangalie wakati tunapokuwa tunapata pengine muda ambao tumeongezewa, vipi tutaleta shughuli zingine ambazo zitasaidia hawa ambao wameajiriwa saa hii, ili wakati ukifika wao hawatahangaika sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, nazungumza hivi kwa sababu Changamwe inategemea sana, pamoja na Jomvu, hii mambo ya EPZ, pamoja na Mtwapa, pamoja na sehemu za Athi River. Mheshimiwa Spika, Athi River imekuwa kwa sababu ya biashara kama hizi. So nafikiria athari yake ni kubwa, na wabunge wenzetu hapa ambako hapa na wengine wako nje wataliunga mkono swala hili, na tumpongeze tena Mheshimiwa Kagiri kwa kuweza kulileta swala hili katika jumba hili la mjadala. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii.
The Honorable MP for Nyeri Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise from the onset to support this motion by the Honorable Jane Kagiri. Mr. Speaker, besides being the Member of Parliament for Nyeri Town constituency, I'm also the chair of the Parliamentary Coffee Caucus. Mr. Speaker, coffee is one of the key export earners in this country, supporting a huge community across the central region. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, coffee growing regions have expanded into the Rift Valley, into Nyanza and Western Province, not to mention Machakos and Makueni. Honorable Speaker, the US, as per the data released by the Agricultural and Food Authority for the coffee year ended 2023-2024, which ended in September last year, the US was the second highest importer or destination of Kenyan coffee after Belgium, importing approximately 8,000 metric tons and earning the Kenyan coffee farmer the equivalent of Kenya shillings 6.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about coffee, the American destination for Kenyan coffee is the high-end specialty coffee. And Mr. Speaker, coffee in this country is produced largely by small-scale coffee farmers who have come together in the form of cooperatives. A disruption of the AGOA trade agreement would mean a catastrophic reduction in the earnings of the ordinary people in my constituency, in Nyeri County, in the entire central region, in the entire eastern region, in Kericho, in Nandi, in Uasin-Gishu, in Bungoma, in Mount Elgon, in Kisii, in Homa Bay, in Machakos, in Makueni, in Taita Taveta. So when we speak about these opportunities, it is issues affecting our entire nation. Mr. Speaker, let me also speak for the taste of the American people who enjoy the Kenyan cup of coffee. A disruption of this agreement would actually also highly affect the cost that the American coffee lover would pay for not only Kenyan coffee, but coffee from the African region. Mr. Speaker, the thrust by our government in establishing the county aggregation and industrial parks was meant to attract exporters and multinationals into the counties so that we can grow economies in the rural areas and disaggregated from the big cities. When you look at the investment of around 500 million times 47 counties, you begin to see the kind of disruption then, and even the kind of loss we would suffer as a country should this very vital trade agreement that supports the agricultural sector where the majority of Kenyans are earning a living would have. And therefore, I want to urge our president to take advantage of the United Nations General Assembly and his presence in Washington to ensure that he has had a very fruitful engagement with the American people and the American government for the extension of this lifeline for our economy. Mr. Speaker, we have had the labor export policy, and when we have listened to our young people, they have kept saying, create jobs for us. Even here in our own country, we want to contribute. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, you find that there is a lot of urgency in ensuring that to be, in the light of the remaining 6 days, we first secure whether it is going to be a transition period or an extension that allows us to renegotiate, taking care of the interests of both the Kenyan people and the Kenyan government, as well as the American people and the American government. In seeking that extension, we will not only cushion and protect the jobs that we already have in the EPZs and in the supply chain that supports the manufacturing of goods and raw materials that have been given the preferential American market access, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge that all of us need to, with one voice, across the divide, with one purpose and one unity, support this motion by the Honorable Jane Kagiri, and urge all the supporters of our country, including in the Americans, and including Kenyans who have settled in America, the diaspora, to add their voice in urging our two governments to renew this agreement. I support, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Omboko Melemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, the Honorable Jane Kagiri, for a very well-moved motion on the extension of AGOA, and just highlighting also to the country that this is an agreement that we needed to have secured much earlier, but we are coming a little bit fairly late, but I don't believe we are late, because when it comes to international relations, there are many pegs that can be pulled and cards that can be pulled to not only safeguard AGOA transitionally, like you put it, and then have a proper law within the US legislature to extend. Like it was earlier very well moved by the move of the motion, and the seconder, this was a scheme and it was a model crafted to try and reduce the imbalance of trade between America and the African states, which are about 32, Kenya being the fourth biggest beneficiary of this agreement, so that there would be an activity. And if this activity even is not necessarily reducing the imbalance of trade, like of course it's about 2% only of what we may be benefiting out of this, but in terms of the multiplier effect of what we get on the ground, it's massive, because the jobs that have been created by these institutions and the EPZs, the investment of the labor within these sections, which the investors are putting in, and the general social, communal and support, because left alone, the people who are unemployed can also become a problem to the social fabric of the nation. And therefore, the economic development really is occurring, and the benefits of AGOA cannot be gainsaid. And therefore, we really need it. And we as parliamentarians, though looking like we are late, we are not late. We are still appealing to the US leadership and the president, but also the legislature, to extend this period. I noticed that we need to also understand that the 16-year extension period to 2041 was an attempt by a US legislator by the name John Rich, who tried sometimes back in 2023, thereabout 2024, to actually move a bill or a motion within the US legislature so that this extension could be realized. And this was under the Biden administration. And Biden did not do so much, despite the fact a Democrat and expectations for Africa whenever Democrats are in power are very high, did not do anything about this. And I remember vividly that even his ambassador in Kenya did indicate that AGOA was not part of the US administrative agenda then. And therefore, all these things are interconnected, and they require the earlier arrangements that we were talking about earlier on in terms of the ambassadors, high commissions we have in nations, to actually be speaking on these things so that they are time-bound and we engage with them timely. And therefore, I think it is a matter that requires a lot of support from the two governments. I cannot leave out what my preceding speaker has just spoken on, that the presence of the President Ruto in the US at the UN assemblies could provide a forum on the sidelines where he could also speak to the Trump administrators and also mop up the legislators within the US to safeguard AGOA and even create a transition period which will actually secure our benefits. But it's also quite disappointing that also when other Kenyans do visit the US even for a very long time, they don't see these opportunities. Look at coffee. One of the main exports is actually coffee, the way my preceding speaker has actually talked about it. But we have leaders who go to the US, instead of speaking about coffee, they end up speaking about the embargoes that should be hit on Kenya. And therefore wasting opportunities that otherwise would have really benefited this country if they were to be loyal and quite patriotic to this country. Coffee is thoroughly affected, agricultural products, textile, and the apparel industry is thoroughly affected by this AGOA. I also think we must now open up beyond AGOA, because we cannot, because it is something that is also being affected by the world trading arrangements, because the WTO, which negotiates most of the agreements of trade and allows free trade between countries worldwide, has an effect, and we must understand that the changing trends, China having joined the WTO, was a real change and a real time changer for AGOA, because most of the products that were coming from Africa were now facing stiff competition from the Chinese, who are now also part of the WTO and could easily export to the American market, and has actually reduced the benefits that and the excitement possibly of the Americans to the AGOA agreement. And that notwithstanding, therefore, we have to look beyond AGOA to see to it that we can also create other preferential trade areas. And there's been an attempt to actually create the African Continental Free Trade Area, which could then also allow these goods to go to that market. Because after all, the population, in terms of population, the African population is very good, but in terms of resourcefulness or the ability to have the purchasing power, this is where we are weak. And therefore, through the WTO, we could still negotiate even a better deal beyond AGOA as we safeguard AGOA moving forward. And therefore, we as African states must look beyond AGOA and see that in the event we are not getting this agreement extended or safeguarded, what else can be done? What are the potentials within Africa itself in terms of the market, in terms of the labor? Because why China came out strongly to compete African exports to America and AGOA was because they were actually practicing a more easier production model, and the labor was cheap, and therefore their goods were also cheaper as compared to the ones from Africa. Therefore, we have a chance to amend this, and we have to appeal to the US to actually safeguard AGOA, because it is part and parcel of our development plans here in terms of creating centers that can actually add value addition to our products, and who are depending on the exports to these markets. Honorable Speaker, I think this was a very, very good motion, moved very well by the mover, Jane Kagiri, and we are not late. This can still be done, and therefore I beg to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Shinali, followed by Omenya. Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support the motion on AGOA by Jane Kakiri, and wish to congratulate her for bringing this motion so that the world can hear us and members can contribute to it. As you may be aware, the African Growth and Opportunity Act is set to expire on 30th September 2025, with the efforts underway to extend for an additional 16 years until 2041. Mr. Speaker, I take note that from the onset, eligibility to participate in AGOA is based on each sub-Saharan country's progress in establishing market-based economy, which Kenya has really worked hard, and implementing the rule of law. Since inception in 2002, Kenya has made tremendous efforts and strides by making sure that we have law in place, including the 2010 Constitution, combating corruption. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that as Kenya, we brought in ethics and anti-corruption law, and the president himself has been on forefront, including attacking this house to make sure that Kenya is a corrupt-free country, and devising policies to reduce poverty, which we have really improved in poverty index up to now. Subject to this criteria, the decision to authorize each sub-Saharan country's utilization of ACOA preference is at the discretion of the US President himself every year. Every year, Your Speaker. Since its inception, over 40 sub-Saharan African countries, including Kenya, have qualified for AGOA with annual variations. Mr. Speaker, as of 2024, 39 sub-Saharan African countries were designated beneficiaries. The legislation was initially approved for 8 years, but has since been extended to 2025 through series of extension. And is a process, honorable members, which is going on. We were given the last and final extension, but efforts are underway, led by His Excellency the President himself, to make sure we get a renewal, because ACOA to us is very important. The last one being through MCA Modernization Act enacted in June 2020. Mr. Speaker, since its enactment in 2002, ACOA has been a crucial trade and development initiative, offering preferential access to qualified sub-Saharan African countries to the United States market. The preferential treatment included reduced tariffs and export tariffs for member states. ACOA has positively affected regions' trade, particularly in apparels, textiles, artifacts. The famous Ushanga initiative has benefited a lot, which is dominated by Kenyan women, Mr. Speaker. Even in areas we didn't imagine that we would be having this initiative work. In Masailand, in Coast, in Rift Valley, we have had this as a success, and we are able to see our products in the Kenyan and the US market. Mr. Speaker, you may agree that ACOA has undeniably provided increased trade and investment opportunities in sub-Saharan African countries. Its impact on the economy and development of beneficiary nations has been positive, although challenges such as debt, diversification, and poverty reductions has been persistent, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the Act moves forward, addressing these challenges and identifying new avenues for economic growth will be crucial to ensuring its continued success in fostering economic development in sub-Saharan Africa. It is noteworthy that there have been deliberate efforts to address these challenges by both the United States beneficiaries and relevant stakeholders. I therefore have no doubt and wish to assure members and Kenyans that there lie more opportunities for prosperity than challenges for sub-Saharan African countries, including Kenya, in support of extension of ACOA, which we all agree and ask members that this is a very important act that we really need to, and agreement that we really need to extend with America. Mr. Speaker, finally, I wish to undertake that the Departmental Committee on Trade and Cooperative is following up with the relevant ministry and State Department to make sure that the negotiations and submissions of the relevant documentation for the attendant action is by the House with the relevant laws, Mr. Speaker, and in the near future, I'll be briefing the House to how far and we have reached with the extension, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Amanya Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion that was brought by Honorable Jane Kagiri about AGOA. Most African countries will suffer if it stopped. Kenya is one of them, and we would love an extension so we don't lose what we have been trying to achieve while putting our house in order. Doing business through this arrangement has made it easier for our women to do a lot, expanding and sustaining their livelihood without being looked as actually a third world nation. I know of some women who have been doing business for quite some time, and you would rarely think that they were born and raised in Kenya. So talking of it being coming to an end in 6 days to come is announcing catastrophe, because many youths, many women will lose their jobs. And yet, at the moment, with such an economy, we wouldn't be talking of reducing, but expanding or sustaining. So we plead with our giant country, USA, to continue being kind and compatible, because as we speak now, many of our women are now plunging into planting coffee, cotton, especially where I come from in Busia. And they have gone into planting cotton because there is hope. They've been told that the market is there. And USA being among the largest consumer of coffee, I would imagine what will happen if a farmer like that will be told that it is stopping soon, the market is being blocked soon, or it is ending soon. They'll be so demoralized. So we plead with the two governments to have an atete to just extend, because we need this to go on. A country like Kenya that is growing, it can be progressive, yes, achieving many other things that maybe a developed nation they are engaged in trade with needs. And this means that even if we took 10, 20 years or 30 years, but achieving what is needed, like putting the law in place that safeguards both partner in trade, and also achieving things like reducing corruption and reducing also tariffs that are leveled or put on commodities, and practicing fair trade. These are things that we learn progressively. It is not like a one-day thing. So looking at how Kenya has done its thing in trade, I think we have achieved a lot, and we want to be seen as people who can continue also holding other nations, as we are healed as well, to coexist. So this news of our engagement or agreement ending soon has shocked me. I just want to hear of extension, if there can be a sitting very soon. A day in any nation it can be like a year. So they can just sit and agree that indeed we were catching up, we were having those baby steps, and we still need this kind of agreement to go on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, Owen Baya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate the gracious lady, the Honorable Kagiri, for bringing this motion, Honorable Speaker, on the extension of the term of the African Growth and Opportunities Act. This act, Honorable Speaker, that was conceived in the year 2000 was a very important piece of legislation, important, very progressive piece of legislation that came into force between Africa and the United States. Honorable Speaker, the genesis of which was, like Mwai Kibaki used to say, bring us foreign direct investment for us to grow our countries instead of you bringing us foreign aid. So from that perspective, Honorable Speaker, you realize that Africa needed more investment. But the question that lingered on is, so if we bring investments and we start producing, where is the market? And the Americans said, the market is here. And that is why Africa was tasked with the opportunity to grow and produce. And then the market was in the United States, where we were exercising a duty-free access to their market, Honorable Speaker. And that is the genesis. And there was a beautiful thought. And Africa, Honorable Speaker, including Kenya, has tremendously benefited from AGOA. Today, Honorable Speaker, if you walk in the streets from Mtwapa in Kilifi County, coming down up to Kikambala, there's so many AGOA-based EPZs. If you go to the western side,
Changamwe.
Yes, on Changamwe and all that area, Honorable Speaker, Jovu, you see for yourself in the morning. For example, if you're driving from Kilifi to Mombasa in the morning, around between 6 and 9, you see the number of young people that walk the streets to go and get an opportunity to work. And all of them, you see how they walk in droves, Honorable Speaker, then they all disappear in those buildings. Within a short time, you see no one. And you ask, where have these old people gone to? Then you realize that AGOA is working. If you go to the Jomvu Changamwe area, Honorable Speaker, in the morning, you see many people. But in a short while, Honorable Speaker, you see they have all disappeared. Where have they gone to? They've gone into those factories, Honorable Speaker. What happens in those factories, Honorable Speaker? I've had an opportunity to get into those factories inside. And what you see there, Honorable Speaker, is a lot of work. What you'd call a shop floor, where this one casts this one casts this part, this one needs this, and you see in 5 minutes, one pair of jeans is done. 2 minutes, like 20 pair of jeans are done. But the question is, where do they go? They're all packed and exported to the United States. Jobs created, Honorable Speaker. So when we come to a situation, my Speaker, where you are told this is coming to an end, we are left flabbergasted, my Speaker. Why would this kind of program end? And when it ends, where do these people go? And when it ends, where will all this machinery go? When it ends, my Speaker, where will we get all this money that is generated from here, Honorable Speaker? So, AGOA is one of those progressive, it is one of those pieces of legislation that came to Kenya and many other African countries, Honorable, to rescue young people who would otherwise have been jobless, to rescue economies that would have been wrecked by donor aid and donor funds and donor conditionalities, Honorable Speaker. AGOA came, Honorable Speaker, to spur economic growth. And that is why when the Honorable Jane Kagiri talks about AGOA and says it's time we extended this treaty, Honorable Speaker, I support it because I know what it can do to our economy. Honorable Speaker, today from Kikambala coming down to Kilifi, we are also looking for an opportunity to extend and have more EPZ, because EPZ, Honorable Speaker, and this is very important, and the chairman of trade is here, the Honorable Shinali. You see, EPZ is actually anchored on AGOA. Without AGOA, we will not have EPZ. Or EPZ will just be doing very little. Because a lot of the companies in the EPZ realm are beneficiaries of AGOA. The other day, Honorable Speaker, the President came to Vipingo and launched the SEZ, the Special Economic Zone. The President was there in Vipingo and launched the first Special Economic Zone in that area. A huge $500 billion investment that will come. But where will these goods go? And one of the things that talking about is into fabric and textile. If you launch that kind of thing, Honorable Speaker, where will you sell those things? Honorable Speaker, the President has come to the coast and talked and actually has done a lot of infrastructure development for Dongokundu. Dongokund, Honorable Speaker. That has been in the minds of many people for many years. Many presidents have come in and spoken about Dongokund. President William Ruto is actualizing Dongokund, SEZ, Honorable Speaker. But without AGOA, how beneficial will be our SEZ, Honorable Speaker? That is why this AGOA is very, very important. I have seen there's another SEZ that is coming up in Naivasha, and which is part of the Arise group of companies, Arise, which is coming to invest billions and billions of dollars into the country. But my Speaker, the question that I have is, without AGOA, how will we benefit from the special economic zones? How will we benefit from the huge investments that we have today, Honorable Speaker? That is why it is very important for us to anchor AGOA again in law and extend it to 2046 so that we can continue to benefit and continue to create jobs. The African Continental Free Trade Area, Honorable Speaker, is also anchored on AGOA. As we want to produce as Africa, as we want to produce, and there's a lot of raw materials, cotton, for example, grown here, and a lot of things that we can do, Honorable Speaker. How do we actually ensure sustainability of the African Continent Free Trade Area, Honorable Speaker, without AGOA? How will the Port of Mombasa continue to rise into the TUs, Honorable Speaker, if we do not have AGOA? That's how important it is. The Port of Mombasa, Honorable Speaker, right now is one of the key anchors of AGOA and key anchors of the economy, because it is able to take. Today, if you cut AGOA, the number of containers at the port that are leaving this country will go down. Balance of trade, Honorable Speaker, will treat the other side if we kill AGOA. So it is very important naturally, and that is why when I saw this thing coming up, and when I saw that it is the Honorable gracious lady from Laikipia, John Kagiri, who believes it is Laikipia time, bring up this matter, I asked myself, where has the ministry been? Where has the ministry been? Do they understand how important this matter is? Why haven't they been proactive until it takes a member's private motion to bring this matter on the floor of the House? This is something that the state, this is something that the Ministry of Investment and Trade should have taken up. They should have been proactive. But you see, it has been left to Parliament, to a member of Parliament, the member of Parliament for Laikipia County, Honorable Speaker, the gracious lady, Jane Kagiri, to come and want to rescue this very important. We support you, Jane, and we support this motion, and we support AGOA, and this we must do. Not just a motion, but I would like to see the act here, where we pass it and request that the United States also extend it. And I know we have had a lot of discussions, but these discussions, Honorable Speaker, in the 12th Parliament, we talked about it. When are they going to conclude the discussions between Kenya or Africa and AGOA? And the Americans on the issue of AGOA? When are they going to conclude this? Because, like Omar Munyi said, the Honorable Manyiri Munyi said, the MP for Changamwe said, people are anxious. They do not know whether these companies are going to close. I can imagine today, if these companies close, Honorable Speaker, the many young people in Kilifi, where will they go? The people in Changamwe, where will they go? The people in Naivasha, where will they go? Those that work in the EPZ, Honorable Speaker. So this, for me, is an important piece of legislation that we should drop everything else, work on AGOA, make it work, make it succeed, get the agreement signed, and we move on as a nation. I thank you and I support.
Honorable Oluke, followed by the Honorable Kirima Moses.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. From onset, I want to support this motion that was brought by the Honorable Jane Kakiri. It has come on time, although a little bit late. I want to thank Honorable Jane. She's a brave girl who immediately saw the delay that maybe as a country we were going to lose, because it's remaining only 6 days to go. Jane, thank you very much for your braveness, and continue. And you love your country, because even us, we did not see. We thought that maybe the ministry had done its work, but we want to thank you. Honorable Speaker, as a country, Kenya needs to grow in many aspects, economically, Honorable Speaker, Kenya is a young developing country. Given support like other countries, Honorable Speaker, in Southern Sahara African countries, Kenya being one of them, Honorable Speaker, I think we are on the right track at this time. What we need as a country, Honorable Speaker, is peace so that we continue developing our country. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is a hub of the world. Honorable Speaker, if we can continue having peace, Honorable Speaker, our country is also important in the world. Honorable Speaker, recently we visited Spain together with Honorable Chen Kakiri. And what our ambassador told us when we were in Spain, Honorable Speaker, was that Kenya is almost the main exporter Kenya was the main exporter of avocado, and in Spain they use Kenyan avocado mostly, and they wanted at least Kenya to add, to increase the volume, the tonnage of avocado, Mr. Speaker. It is a country that it's known in agriculture, and Honorable Speaker, we sent Honorable Kakiri when we came back to go to send a message to His Excellency the President about it. Although we went for recess, we've not again met until today, Honorable Speaker. But we are proud, let's be proud of our country and put our country first, Honorable Speaker. For the future of our children, Honorable Speaker, if the economy can improve the way it is going on. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm one of the the cotton farmer, Honorable Speaker, although we used to have the Malakisi Malaba Chinnery that broke down a few years ago, but we are still farming. At least my constituency is taking 150 tons of cotton to Rivertex. So, Honorable Speaker, and that is trying to build the economy of the country and also to make sure that our farmers also get money into their pocket. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to say thank you to Honorable Kakiri, and the treaty should continue. We beg to the President of the United States, Honorable President Trump, to consider so that Kenya cannot continue begging. We want to make sure that we also develop like any other countries, Honorable Speaker. You see, like now, the food in this country, Honorable Speaker, we are not begging from outside countries to give us food like those days before, when you saw some members were wearing sufrias on their head. So I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to address this important issue which pertains our country and America. Mr. Speaker, sir, first and foremost, I give thanks to Honorable Jen Kagiri for this, seeing the reason and the purpose of why we should have the extension or period of AGOA. This act is very necessary to promote the country's economy not forgetting that as we are now, we have been having a kind of an economic meltdown. And if we don't extend this act, if this AGOA period is not extended, it means that we are going to kill the growth or the little growth which is taking place in the country. These the economic problems which are facing Kenya are not unique. The challenges are not unique to Kenya alone. They are around the world. And you see, when a problem arises, especially on economic growth, it really affects the poor. The poor countries are more affected than the rich countries because the poor countries feel more effect. And with AGOA, see, Mr. Speaker, sir, with AGOA, there is that creation of jobs, and those jobs are really existing as we speak. To have 66,000 jobs is not a joke at all costs, taking into account that there is massive unemployment of those graduates who are leaving universities, who are leaving TVET colleges, and many other institutions which prepare the youth to get employed or to get job opportunities. And now, with the collapse of AGOA, it means that we are going to increase that unemployment to the point which is already overwhelmed, which is already full with the people who are not employed. And it will be we will be in crisis. To increase 66,000 people, to increase jobless of 66,000 people, we are going to be in crisis. So it's necessary, or I congratulate Jane for seeing it's necessary to have this act extended. And Mr. Speaker, like now, we are talking of promoting growth of coffee. We are talking of promoting growth of tea, fruits, and other nuts. Now, if we are going to have the promotion of growth of coffee, and we want coffee money to come to the common man or to the peasant, in what form are we going to reach America without this act? So it's necessary for the government of Kenya and the government of America to speak and see to it that we have an extension of period, and that extension will be like a relief to our people, especially the common man on the ground. Yes, the rich man may not be feeling it in Kenya, but sincerely, when it comes to Mama Mboga, the ones who are really spending their times in special zones of making clothes, those who are tendering coffee, those who are tendering tea and other areas of economic gain, of which we trained with America, it will be a great blow if this act is not extended. It's my prayer that a number of Kenyans, some of us, we really supported the win and the campaign of President Trump in one way or the other. You know, Kenya is a country which believes in prayer. Even though we were not voting in America, we were really praying for the president of America to win. And we were expecting that he's going to look at our country, Kenya, with the right eye, of which I believe up to now we have not seen anything in advance. We have not seen anything adverse from the American government towards Kenyan government. It has been positive all throughout, because even if you look at what has been bothering us socially here, bothering Kenyans socially, especially when it comes to the relationship of same-sex and so on, you can see that the way the Kenyan government has been advocating, it's really what is taking place in America. That they don't advocate, the current government in America does not advocate for socializing of or intimacy between people of the same sex. And that has been our Kenyan policy. So if you look at it clearly, we will say that we have the right government in America, which corresponds with the Kenyan government in a number of issues, up to and including trade. And as for that, it's really a big plus if we have this act extended. We have farmers, especially who have been growing cotton, and like in my constituency, we have Anjinari, Konde Gaito Anjinari. It has been producing a cotton before it collapsed, and we are intending and we have an intention of reviving the same. And that cotton is the one which is used to make clothes which are getting exported into America. And as for that, with a view of reviving the same cotton industry, if this AGOA is not extended, then it will be a great blow to the future farmers who want to revive the generally and have cotton getting grown again, so that at least it can be able to be supplied to make clothes which we export to America. See, the people who work in this industry, the AGOA industries, the ones who work there, the ones who work for those things which are exported to America. Mr. Speaker, sir, you will see that a number of them are women. And a number of those women, they are the backbone of the economy of this country, because they support the grassroots growth of the Kenyan population. They are the ones who take care of the children who are in school. For you see, a number of men these days, they indulge in doing other things like in drinking and so on. These women are the ones who tend to children going to school. These women are the ones who make sure that there is food on the table. And you see, they get a lot of support from the trade, which we act or which we trade with America. Speaker, if we come to the balance of trade, if we don't have AGOA, you will wonder how the balance of trade won't be in between Kenya and America. But if this one continues as it is, knowing that it goes on increasing, the volume increasing as time goes on, it means that there will be somehow, even though America is favored when it comes to growth of trade, the balance of trade, even though America is favored as we speak now, then Speaker, with the extension of this one, things will be better than the way they are. So I thank Jen Kagiri. Congratulations for seeing it, for having a timely period of having this act extended. And I pray that the government take it up as we finish this motion. The government take it up before it finishes, before it expires, and see to it that it has engaged the American government and AGOA be extended to that period we are talking of, 40 or even a longer period. If not so, as it is said here, then we should have that transitional period. But why should we have a transition period with a friendly government which we are talking to and it's listening to us? It should be extended as it has been played in this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
MP for Igembe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. My card has really done me a lot of disservice since it was not showing on the dashboard. Mr. Speaker, it is not late until late. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Honorable Jane Kagiri for finding it necessary to bring this novel motion that ought to have originated from the line ministry. But however, as a representative, she found it necessary to come up with this very important motion to save the countries and AGOA from these menace. Mr. Speaker, why AGOA? AGOA was founded on the principle of making sure that African countries in sub-Saharan Africa could access the US market. This is because African countries, being countries mainly from the third world, had no opportunity to access the US market. But through AGOA that came into existence in 2000 under the leadership of President Clinton is expiring this November. We are saying that it is our prayer, and I want to join other members who have been praying that this motion that is framed to seek extension of the AGOA Act. Mr. Speaker, if this one is not allowed, many Africans will suffer because the closure of this market will affect many countries. Kenya, being an agricultural country, is one of the countries that is benefiting immensely through the sale of the agricultural product. More importantly, a crop like coffee. Coffee currently is facing high market prices
And the farmers have been encouraged through extension officers to change the feeling that they had before that coffee was not very, very beneficial. Most of the counties, most of the constituencies now are engaging in coffee production. And by seeking this extension, it will enable farmers to continue reaping those benefits that they are having today. Mr. Speaker, if this one is not extended, we will have many Kenyans losing their jobs. As it has been indicated, about 66,000 will lose their jobs indirectly. But not only 66,000 that will lose, many will lose who have been depending with this huge number indirectly. And by so happening, the poverty levels will be increasing. And when poverty levels increases in a country whereby employment is a main threat, particularly on the youth, that one will be devastating and the effects will be catastrophic. Mr. Speaker, trade enables a country to grow, to industrialize, and more importantly, to stabilize even economically and also politically. By closing this market, we will negate the core mandate or the core principles as to why AGOA was founded. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge our leadership to move swiftly so that it have some bilateral talks with the US government, together with other African countries that are listed in the AGOA protocols, so that maybe through negotiations, through bilateral talks, this kind of an act can be extended for the benefit of the countries that are benefiting through the socio-political arrangement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do seek to support.
Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to thank our Chair of 47, Jane Kagiri, for bringing in this motion, a motion of a discussion around the AGOA renewal beyond its current expiration of 2025, Mr. Speaker. AGOA is more than just what we say. It's just beyond a trade agreement. It is a platform, Mr. Speaker, of shared growth, mutual respect, and sustainable development, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at it, when we started AGOA during the Kibaki's regime, you realize that one of the things that we were looking at as a country was to see how do we have a relationship with the US. And it was not just Kenya, because it's a cornerstone also for relationships between US and Sub-Saharan. And Mr. Speaker, you realized at that time, this trade was to help us because it is duty-free access. And so it was to help nations to grow, to have exports of industries, to create jobs, Mr. Speaker, to attract investors into a country. But more importantly, you find that it was to strengthen our relationship in terms of governance, in terms of how we perceived at that time the US, and to advance the economy growth and reforms that we had at that time. And after that, you realize we attracted especially good trade in textile, good trade in agriculture, good trade in leather, and even manufacturing goods. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about this, and I'm hoping that with the Trump government, he will come, the president will understand the need of that sustainability of Africa and the US. Because you realize when we look at China, the advancement we have had with China is more on infrastructure. And so you find that that relationship has really grown until many countries feel scared about the relationship China and Africa has. It's the same relationship that many people have always wondered, how do you deal with this relationship that the US have? And now let me come home, Mr. Speaker. You see, this is one thing that was to add value addition in our industries. It was to build that regional integration and infrastructure. That public partnership, public-private partnership was critical, and it's still critical. And so for us, even as Jane presents this, we want to plead, and I'm hoping even as we continue with UNGA that is happening at the UN at this time, that some of the talks the African leaders will have is to ask ourselves, how do we move beyond? Now that we have also challenges coming from the US on the tariffs and all the things that are there, how do we negotiate and have a good agreement that will caution Kenya, not just on anything else, but the policy, the consistency that has been there, so that to maintain eligibility and attract investors, Mr. Speaker. And so for us in Kenya, we should be asking ourselves, our EPZs, our CCZs, what are we going to do? And we have so many of them, not just nowadays in Kitengela the way they used to be. We have in Kisumu, EPZ, Dada. We have very many places who have tried to now build into the system. And so and I know we can collaborate so well. Now that China is also having their challenges, this would have been an opportunity for Africa to engage and find themselves now benefiting more than what we see, Mr. Speaker. So for us, as we speak about AGOA and appreciate, first of all, what our third president did, the late Kibaki, is that in all that we see today, and I want to really thank Ambassador Meg. I know everyone has their own opinions on her, but one of the things she did was to boost completely the AGOA in Kenya. And you realize that the president also had to now bring in and open up more spaces. And so we have many young people employed in this sector. And so first of all, we need to ask ourselves, we are grappling on the matter, on the issue of unemployment. So what do we do? It is to really sit down with the Trump government and to negotiate and to see and to bring in reasons why he needs to look at it at a broader way. We also need to expand our own sectors. We have agriculture that has been doing very well. At that time, I believe, when we went with my whip, Naomi, and we sat in a meeting, and one of the things they were talking about was agriculture and pyrethrum. And it was our prayer at that time, Mr. Speaker, that in all these talks, which they do during the prayer breakfast, that we will have Nakuru get back its feet on pyrethrum. We've also seen, Mr. Speaker, then they came in, and now we have technology. And I know Kenya can do so well in matters of IT and matters of just giving a hub. We are already with the infrastructure. All we need is to agree. People are talking about Bangi, Mr. Speaker. And today you find in Rwanda and other areas, they are now, they have decided to demarcate it and make it for health. And we have so much in Kenya. We just need to think, how can you do an EPZ that will really cover it for purposes of health, purposes of treating cancer, purposes of helping many patients. So today Rwanda is exporting a lot of it to Canada and many other places, but specifically on health matters. So how do we use this same drug that we normally feel it is there to hurt our children, but then it can be of good use? And so, Mr. Speaker, as we do all this, for me, I think first is to tell Jane, thank you for allowing us just to remind ourselves that we are about to lose again one of those good things that was started with the Vision 2030. Because Vision 2030 was meant that we need to be a middle country now and industrialized. And one of the things that this AGOA has assisted us is to create that access in it. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I think one of the things we need to do as a house is, and even as we support Jane, is all of us to agree that this is serious, it needs to be a memorandum, and beyond that, we need to see, I know now, I believe we now have a new ambassador, and I'm hoping we can also have a sitting with he or she, talk and agree, how do we move? What are the relationships that we can have, Mr. Speaker? And lastly, we are talking about AGOA, Mr. Speaker, we need to talk about the visas. We need to be very serious about it, Mr. Speaker. You realize, yes, as Kenyans we are going to suffer, and I want to plead to the young people, our agencies, we are going to suffer because now we have 6 months when you are applying for a US visa, and one thing they are looking at is what have you been doing with your social media, with your gadget. And it is going to be tough for students, for all of us, because they are saying 6 months, you apply for your visa, you wait. And so I plead, we can do all these things. Look at how now people are joking with us. People are coming now in your own country, they can step on your flag, they can do all these things. It's because we've left, we've given space for people to joke with the country. So, Mr. Speaker, as we do all this, as we welcome the UN to come into Kenya and become the country in the whole of the region carrying that big, let us not lose AGOA. And so we plead with the Trump government. We've worked very well. We've been friends for many years. We plead that this should be a program to continue in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this debate on this motion on extension of the term of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Honorable Speaker, I also want to congratulate Honorable Jane, who is our chair, for thinking about this and for bringing up this motion, which is very timely. Honorable Speaker, we have known that this has been enacted in 2000 and it is coming to an end now, which poses a big threat to us as a country. 215, it was granted in 2015 and it is expiring 2025 September, which is this month. This poses a big threat to us as a country because through this AGOA, we know very well that Kenya has grown economically and also have had the free access to USA, free duty-free access to US. And also, we know very well that it has also created job opportunity and given Kenyans a lot of opportunity to do business here and there. Again, one important thing that we have noted is 75% women comprises approximately 75% of the direct beneficiary of AGOA. In fact, this is the only area that we can say as a country that women are very much in it and leading. Honorable Speaker, we know very well that AGOA has not only facilitated the trade between between Kenya and USA in terms of market and any other things, but also promoted horticultural products because including flowers, nuts, and coffee. We know very well that many Kenyans have invested in a huge way in this. And Honorable Speaker, that is why expiry of this that has just come is a big threat to us because it will jeopardize the businesses of those people already in it, and also many people will lose their jobs, and we cannot afford that. It is high time for us also to cultivate that good relationship with US because there is a lot they can get from us and we can also be of benefit to them. Honorable Speaker, as a country we know very well that Kenyans are very innovative, very creative, and we just need to invest more in this area so that we can expand, we can enhance, so that more Kenyans will be able to benefit. In fact, the number of those who may lose their jobs is about 66,000 Kenyans. But we need to retain this and, if possible, see how we can also enhance and just see how we can increase this number. Honorable Speaker, if this will not be renewed and if we are not assured of the continuity, this will also increase the poverty level that we are trying to fight so much. So there is need for us to make sure as a country and as a government to make sure that this will continue. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, the extension time that we are looking for is about 16 years. That will take us to 2041. This will help our country to gain economically, and it will provide for the families. It will protect, it will promote long-term stability, and those who are in this will be able to grow economically, and in turn our country will also grow. So there is need for us to seriously work on this so that we renew and also see how best we can support those who have already invested and those who will also invest, and make sure that every part of this country is well represented. Because even for us, even for those of us who come from northern part of Kenya, there is something that we can do and also be part of this, because we cannot afford to remain behind. Since independence, we have been left. We keep saying we have been marginalized. But this will give us a good opportunity to challenge even the pastoralists, to market our leather, to market our livestock, to market other things, and see how best we can add value to what is already in existence. With those few remarks, I support this. Thank you.
I don't see any further interest on this, and under the circumstances, I'm left with only one option, and that is to ask the Honorable Jane Kagiri, the mover, to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a very famous poet, Maya Angelou, once said, "I've learned that people will forget what you say, people will forget what you do, but they'll never forget how you make them feel." So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank this Honorable House and my colleagues for the empathy they have exhibited towards the people who are held in this quagmire. That is the employees as well as the investors. Honorable Speaker, it was said that we are a bit late. But I, being a staunch Arsenal supporter, I know we always deliver in the last minute. And even on Sunday, it was exhibited in the Man City match, where we scored on the 93rd minute. So even on this, I believe we're actually going to score and will be successful in getting the extension. Honorable Speaker, my parting shot would be, let us work on policy where people don't have to live in uncertainty in their employment, and where employers don't have to wonder on what they have to tell their employees the following day. Honorable Speaker, it is my hope and prayer that the extension will be given to us, and we look forward to having a successful country and our people progressing with their livelihoods as they should do. I beg to reply, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question. Aware that the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, enacted in 2000, was designed to enhance economic development and strengthen governance in eligible sub-Saharan African countries by granting duty-free access to the United States of America market, thereby increasing trade and investment. Recognizing that AGOA has played a critical role in expanding trade, attracting investment, and creating employment, especially for the low-income workers, thus fostering economic growth and social stability. Concerned that the current extension of the AGOA program, which was granted in 2015, is set to expire in September 2025, posing a serious risk of economic disruption, will cause job losses of approximately 66,000 Kenyans, and many other related indirect job losses and result in increased poverty across AGOA-dependent sectors in the sub-Saharan region. Noting that women comprise approximately 75% of the direct beneficiaries of AGOA and that their incomes directly support education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation. Acknowledging that AGOA has significantly boosted African exports to the United States of America, including agricultural products such as coffee, nuts, fruits, and vegetables, amounting to over US dollars 500 million in 2020, as well as enhancing local textile and cotton industries that have generated thousands of jobs. Further acknowledging that the expiration of the term of AGOA would trigger market uncertainty, deter investment, disrupt supply chains, and adversely impact both African and American businesses that rely on AGOA-linked trade. Cognizant of the fact that AGOA has been greatly beneficial to the United States by supporting supply chain diversification, strengthening bilateral trade ties, and connecting United States of America businesses to opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area, appreciating that the continued existence of the AGOA framework would enhance the trade and investment prospects for both the United States of America and the eligible countries in Africa. Now, therefore, this House urges the government of Kenya, in collaboration with the government of the United States of America, to pursue an extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act for an additional 16 years until 2041 to safeguard the economic gains, protect livelihoods, and promote long-term stability and prosperity across the African continent. And in the alternative, in the case of non-renewal, there be a transition period of 2 years to develop a trade deal that shall safeguard the business and job opportunities in both Kenya and the United States of America. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025. Resumption of debate.
I do have Beatrice Elachi. I think the last person was it Oyembaya? There being no, I think Beatrice Elachi is now on my screen. Beatrice, proceed and contribute to this debate, to this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the amendment bill of roads, of the Kenya roads. And Mr. Speaker, what suscitated this amendment from Honorable Kaluma was because of the reasons that we had with our governors. And Mr. Speaker, this is one very critical amendment for us in this House, because it will assist us to see how we proceed from the issues that were raised in court and how we make sure that we look at them. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the roads today, the roads network in Kenya, one of the challenges that we still face is that equity is really equity that we need to deal with, that we need to just sit down and agree and look at the whole country and ask ourselves, who has benefited more than the other? How do we ensure equity comes in? You find that today we are grappling, even in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. The roads you see, while we want the county to do these roads, I think we've gone also very slow in that process. And the president had really supported us, really given money to the county for the county now to proceed. And so you find that we are also asking ourselves, is Kura going to do it? How do we bring in Kera? We realize the CS also doesn't want to hear so much Kera in Nairobi. But I want to plead with him and tell him, Kura is also very overwhelmed. And so many of these roads are just not moving. But if you would have given us the two institutions, maybe some of these roads would have been moving now. So for me, why I decided to sit is because I've realized in Nairobi we are going to have the same challenges we've had. You've released money, billions, but because the institution is also doing maintenance, and so the amendment has to help us to really classify. And I'm pleading also with the counties. If you know capacity is very low, why would you hang on this? Why can't we make it a win-win situation where both of us can do these things? Some will do these other roads and some will do this. In the end, we are all serving the same people, Mr. Speaker, the same Kenyans who want service. So today you find some places the road is just bad. You don't know who to ask. You don't know whether it's a Kura road or it's a county road. And but no, more sadly, the county has decided we have given Kura to support us so that they move faster. So for me, Mr. Speaker, this amendment, and I was hoping we can finalize today this amendment so that we move to the next, because we've also taken a while and time is moving. And you remember when you look at the law, the judgment that we were given, there's also a time frame we were given to sort out all these things and come up with a law that is very clear, so that when we come into the next budget also, we are not fighting again. We know this is money of levy that will go this side, this will go this side. How do we share with the counties? It will be very critical, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I support this, my plea is to Kura, my plea is to our CS. The work he has done is a good work. He has securitized the money. We can see contractors are back on the road, but also what is killing us is our feeder roads. People have taken advantage of that. We've had a lot of insecurity. We are having a lot of people taking advantage of that, just snatching people whatever they want and leaving people just running. We have so many people who are being killed, burned because of the same. But if the road was good, the road network, then the security team is also able to do their security work. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, and I'm hoping we can finalize this so that the clusterization of these roads are done in the right way, so that we can know which road is which and where we can start together. I beg to support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elachi, on that particular one, and there being no more interest in that specific one, I'll defer the putting of the question to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of the 5th report on examination of financial statements of selected corporations. Resumption of debate.
The chairperson, resumption of debate? Leader?
Yes. Now, Honorable Speaker, now that there is no interest on this bill, I propose that next time it appears on the order that the mover be called to reply.
Very well, honorable members, we shall defer that particular one to the next order paper. Next order.
Order number 14, Committee of the Whole House.
Leader.
Honorable Speaker, before we go into Committee of the Whole Speaker, this is supposed to be done by the leader of the majority party, but I stand now, Honorable Speaker. I would like to stand down so that we do it freshly tomorrow, if you will indulge me, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, you are indulged. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, consideration of the report on the examination of financial statements for the Water Sector Trust Fund.
The chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee, is in the House. In his absence, Leader.
In the absence of the Chair, Honorable Speaker, I'll request that you indulge me to step it down until we are able to reschedule it on the order paper next, Honorable Speaker.
Very well obliged. Next order.
Order number 16, the privatization bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, second reading.
This one again, Leader.
You indulge me, Honorable Speaker, to step it down until next time. I thank you.
Honorable members who may be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being now 7:46 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, 25th September 2025 at 2:30 p.m.